of like you don't all have to be acting at the same time moments. You'll be able to slip away in drips and drabs. So don't worry, if you do need to do stuff, the time will come partway through the session.
Alright.
So the session started about September the 2nd, September the 3rd-ish. That was roughly like the day right after you finished the church encounter. And the very day after that, Zaire packed up his van and his ghoul and pieced the fuck out. No one could actually get hold of him. During this time, everyone got up to random schwagnanigans. Lily's character, Rose, was basically going around doing a little bit of odd jobs and getting herself settled in with her ghoul and all that lark. And her relationshipy stuff. And then having to get a job offer. And that job offer was from the Circle of the Crones, but to work on the down low. As in, right now, to none of the characters, nobody knows that she's working with a Covenant at all. She's sort of doing it freelance for them, but with possibilities of working more closely with them in the future, quote unquote. And that job is to go and acquire some goods that need acquiring. And so a lot of prep was done for that as well on the side. In Timothy Lee's case, he wanted to learn more about his Covenant in and of itself, like not Covenant, Bloodline? One of the two. Bloodline.
Bloodline.
Yep. In specifics, the leader of the Brides of Dracula, at least in San Posado, happens to be a very, very accomplished user of the shadows herself. So much so that when Timothy tried to use his powers there, like, they fucking goosed out on him because she was in control. And so he's made an agreement, and that agreement is that he does a little side service, which was passing on a message, and then he can get all the training he wants over the period of a month, which is basically like a couple of hours out of each of Timmy's days. As for that message, if I remember correctly, it was in regards to either a drugs trade or like a chemistry lab, something along those lines, being operated in the particularly the heavy black community portion of the poor district.
Puff!
Sorry, that's just how it works out. If you're not a Russian or a Yakuza or a Cholo, you're black in the poor district. That's just how it goes.
Sure.
Just like in real life, honestly.
See how it is?
Yeah, you see how it is for factually accurate, if depressing to realise.
It is how it is, how it is.
At least it's not happening around Bob's sunglasses stand.
Fair enough.
I still don't get that reference.
It's because Zaire fucking always wears sunshades, and so he wanted to have a place that his character would be comfortable going to at any time, and I was like, alright, fine, there's a sunglasses stand, it's a Bob's, and it's here, like right by Full Sail, just to really dick around, because it's Full Sail.
Well, since got brought
yeah,
up, everyone
burned
was
that
laughing.
down
I was
yet.
confused. Burned what down?
Full Sail.
You're not allowed to burn down Full Sail University, come on now. They do media courses. For media.
I need to do some good in this world.
Okay. There was, however, a bit of a spring. There was another thing that Timothy wanted to do, and that was his hunt for a kine worthy of siring. And he did a little bit of searching, and when he set up his next set of puzzles, his would-be recruit actually contacted him and said, hey, this looks like you. And indeed it was a picture of Timothy, well, blurry Timothy, whilst he was setting up some puzzles, which is usually pretty much a fucking no-go. He did a bunch of research, and essentially there is some Sherlock Holmesy ass motherfucker, Benedict come on buns, has a little apartment, and he's dying of a tumour. And so he was actually looking for a way to survive it, because it was an inoperable brain tumour. Turns out the answer to that, one of those answers at the very least, was becoming undead. So he put the vampires into a bit of a corner until someone found him, and has become sired.
Honestly, it's the answer to most of life's problems.
Yeah, essentially, like he was in a bad way, and realised that, honestly, if you know this much about the dance macabre and you're just an outsider, the usual answer is death, but he wanted to be kind. They're sired. So that was that character's play, and Timothy agreed, and now has himself a fancy schmancy underling.
The guy with like 5 points in int.
Yeah, he's like uber nerd, relatively charismatic, but he has social difficulty quirks. Literally, he's just fucking Benedict Cumberbatch version of Sherlock. But now as a vampire.
But
You mean Benedict isn't a vampire?
Okay, he might actually be a vampire, that's true.
Because somebody has to explain that fucking smooth-ass skin somehow.
Yep. And how he can make clothing from the 70s look so damned good. No one can pull off a tweed jacket like that. It's not possible for a human.
I mean, if we're talking about strong evidence.
Yeah. There's strong evidence of vampires in our time. Benedict Cumberbatch. So that was them. Claire wanted to do a lot of research into some special books, and also, get laid a bit and get settled in with Aurora again. If you saw that super hot token DCL, that's who Claire is mashing pussies with.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Oh, boop you back over to here.
I need to make sure that my first mission is to find Claire, and even though I don't know why, give her a fist bump.
I know, right? Like, I love that fucking token as well. It's such a lovely art.
Just the innate sense that I deserve, that Claire owes, like, the biggest fist bump.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ancient South Egyptian priestess. There we go.
Yep.
Like, can Claire just leave? She's already won it.
She's already won it. Well, no,
She's
because now she wants to
life.
learn to walk in the sun without bursting into flames.
Why?
So that she can have everything perfect.
She has won at life.
Yes.
I think I'm a step above here with my threesome.
Yeah, Rose has got it
yeah.
pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at waifu, though.
Yeah, it's going pretty good for everyone these days.
I mean, 2 waifus. I've got fucking werewolf ghost hanging around.
You haven't seen him
Maybe.
recently.
That's one of the reasons I want to play Scow's new game, just to see Dimitri come back. 'Cause
Oh
I know
well,
it's gonna-
I mean, of
gonna be
course, there's
great.
got to be a werewolf who is basically Dimitri again. It's the setting is lycanthropy, wars in the north. There's gonna be big lycanthrope Dimitri.
Yes.
He'll exist again.
Good.
But anyway, I can't remember the other stuff you got up to. Oh, you got into one of the books, and essentially,
And my sister is being hunted by something, probably.
your sister is afraid of something.
Totally being hunted by something. Totally.
So you assume. So far, you've also been able to discover that she might be in a relationship as well.
Yeah.
Meeting with nice boys, sensible-looking boys. The
As
kind
I
who
recall,
can't
it
treat
was
her
some-
right.
As I recall, it was someone who took a train in to see her.
Yep. They were working
I
in
had
one of the
said I
nice
was-
places.
Yeah, and I had said I was going to do research on him in the next session to find out who he is.
Sweet,
but-
then you'll be able to do so. But yes, you also looked through one of the old books and realized in order to learn more about being able to walk into the sun, you're gonna have to find a vampire who walks in the sun. And apparently they exist, at least as far as that book is concerned, and they should be around today, assuming that they aren't asleep right now, which they shouldn't ever have to be again because they can walk in the sun.
Yep.
Any else things I'm forgetting? Did anything else happen in the session that slipped my mind entirely?
Yeah, I was too drunk to take notes. My
No,
last
that's-
notes were assaulting the fucking church.
I left myself a shitty note in which I wrote "time for some hooks." Great, thanks, past me. Real fucking wonderful. I'm aware that I gave people hooks.
Yeah, because that's what always happens. You're just, you know what? Let's let future me decide that.
Yeah,
That dude's got it down. He or she has got it on lock. Then, just future you's looking in the back, just, what the fuck were you thinking?
What was this? You knew this would come back to bite you. What are the odds that you would rewatch your own fucking, hours-long VOD just to remember everything everyone did. The chance is 0% because I've never done that.
And the worst part is, you just keep doing it. I did that today. I was just, you know what? Future Stray can deal with that. It's like 5 o'clock now. It's like, oh, well, too late.
You just never learned.
I really, really don't.
What's the definition of madness? Let's see here. Oh yes, Rose did one last thing, and that was go and if not see her touchstone, see her by proxy. Sent out her lovely ghoul to go and, although as creepy as it sounds, go take pictures of a young girl. It would be her actual daughter.
Yo, that sounds creepy as fuck.
Yeah, I know. And indeed, that's sort of how the conversation played out. I was like, that's really fucking weird. And then it's like, oh, tragic actually, because you're never aging and you have an actual, literal, what the fuck daughter who apparently has a lovely borf and is in like typical like white picket fence type living. So she's doing well.
I was actually surprised you didn't make me like describe the kid.
It's time for you.
Oh well, I was gonna say like I imagine the kid as just younger Rose, child Rose. I mean, does the kid have any? Does the actually? Yes. Would you like to point out any defining features about the kid?
When I was thinking about it, I was actually gonna make her biracial.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. I mean, I never mentioned their race, so that's totally entirely still.
You said they looked like young Rose.
True, but young Rose is more tanned than you remember, so they could still be biracial. They could just look like a young you, but also slightly Asian or black or whatever.
Got the very frizzy little black girl hair.
Ah.
No racist.
No racist. She just fucked a black person. That's all.
That's the correct way to describe it, right, DCL?
You almost screwed up, but then you said no racist at the end, so it was okay.
Well, it's also, how would you describe the particularly frizzy hair? Because there are different types of frizzy, but if you say it's black girl frizzy hair, you know exactly what kind of frizzy hair it is, right?
No. Like, honestly, it's seriously better because you said black girl frizzy hair or black person frizzy hair instead of black ass nappy hair.
Yeah, no. I don't remember dropping the M-bomb either, so I'm pretty sure I'm safe on that part.
Porch monkey hair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Didn't say that. I also didn't say... No, okay. Whew.
Nappy ass, racy ass, black person ass.
Yo, fam, fuck me up forever.
Gotcha, fam.
Gotcha, fam. I still remember that picture, just the one that is fuck me up forever. It's the most horrifying hair I've ever seen. Alright then, so now we get into what happened to Zaire. Because that's an important question, and it's not going to get answered quickly, at least.
He took the Great American Road Trip.
Okay, so I have a little message here, a little letter that I'm going to point you to. DCL, in your handouts, it should be called the Zaire Vanishing Act. It's a copy of the thing that I discorded to you. In my version, I've hidden some lovely...
I had to remember where handouts were for a second.
That's all good. In my version on stream, so don't look if you're a player, the GM notes are also visible, so they can see the story of what happened. Ish. I've left out a lot of fucking holes, but I've put in the core points, so they get to see you possibly discover these. Because I like doing that shit. I like it when the audience is an insider.
Okay.
Would you like to read the Vanishing Act to everyone?
2 days, well, nights, after the conflict in the church, you and your follower in the van went missing. Just missing. You don't know what happened. The entire month is a blank memory, and you could have been anywhere. Judging by your van's mileage, you probably didn't leave the city, but anyone who looked for you has failed. In your van are a series of glass plates, like you have for checking blood samples under a scope. Inside most of these scopes appear to be splotches of human blood. There are about 30 in total. 3 of these samples aren't human or animal. One is dark and murky, reminiscent of Elder Vitae. The one is a smudge of a shadow that smells like blood. One is a pale substance that looks kind of like jizz, but can be assured to be not jizz. But it's
Oh.
probably jizz.
It isn't. I can assure you that there is not jizz in that last blood sample slide.
I rolled to disbelieve.
Alright, let's see you roll a chance die.
Oh boy, that's a 1d10, right?
Yep. It's actually jizz.
Nice.
Okay, but jizz of what? Who knows? Well, I know. You don't know.
Werewolf jizz.
it's just weird spunk. Okay.
If you look closely, there's just thousands of tiny little borks.
What, you zoom in and instead of little sperm cells with the tails, it's just dog heads with tails.
God damn it, Pip, get out of here.
So we,
Also,
Yeah. Yeah. Third link that. So good.
it's wonderful. A fucking picture.
Yeah, I linked it in our vampire chat.
Oh
Yeah.
god. Okay. So, Zaire, you wake up and you're in your van. Your ghoul is currently asleep in a sleeping bag. Relatively decent, comfy one that you remember springing for at least some point ago. Was it yesterday? It's hard to say, honestly. But there's a weight on your chest when you wake up. The sun has set quite recently. It's a little bit brighter in the sky than you'd be comfortable waking up in, but this weight on your chest is quite insistent.
okay, well, first things first. Remove the weight from chest.
Okay. Your fingers sort of like go towards this weight, and it's thinner than you would have expected. Like, you know, expect to lift a person off of your chest. Essentially, it's quite a heavy weight, but your hands like just go through empty space until they meet something that's like it feels soft and fluffy.
Do vampires have to blink away sleep? Because Zaire's going to blink away his sleep. And before he can see anything, he makes sure to grab his sunglasses, and put them on.
They're actually still on your face. Indeed, you appear to have fallen asleep in all of your clothing.
Alright, well, I can see now because my sunglasses are on.
You're looking up at a very large, maybe about 1.5 foot tall barn owl. It is stood on
Okay.
your chest looking down at you.
I don't remember getting a pet owl.
Really?
I'm
Well,
going-
preparations are as complete as you asked for them, Master.
Wait, did the owl just talk?
Yes.
Oh, well then I must have gotten this owl because a talking owl is totally fucking badass.
Yep, it's looking at you inquisitively, but it will hop off at your request, landing between you and your ghoul in the van.
Zaire will stretch, I guess. He doesn't remember getting this owl, but like I said before, a talking owl is something he most definitely would get without even thinking about it. So he must have just wanted it. Anyways, he's going to look around his van right now.
Okay then. In it you discover like there is a red toolbox with a sticky note on it.
Zaire will go over and read the sticky note.
It just says preparations complete. It's your handwriting, but it sort of like slides off at the end as though you were just shit-faced, but you've not been drunk ever. So it just looks like your handwriting, but mildly sloppier the further in towards the end of the word it gets.
Zaire will look at the note, kind of rub his chin and go, Then Zaire is going to sit up, he's going to take off his sunglasses, and he's going to inspect them.
You're inspecting these sunglasses themselves?
Yes.
Tell you what then, let's go with an old skill check. What would you like to use to explore this?
I want to use my character skill sunglasses, which I naturally have 5 points in.
Tell you what, give me give me wits composure instead. We'll go with the old standard perception test.
Okay. to make this roll.
I'll let you have 9 again because it's your sunglasses.
0 successes.
Whoop.
Would you like to
look
take
at
it? No,
that.
I'm not offering a dramatic failure and inspecting your sunglasses, I'm afraid.
Look at that, just aggressively below board roll. Oof.
Yep. Okay. I mean, they look like your sunglasses. There's a bit of a nick on the top of one of them, but that's about it. Like, above the right lens.
Zaire will look at the nick and go, And then once more around the car, you say there's blood samples and everything?
Yeah, inside the toolbox. Opening up, you can see that there are a number of glass slides like you would put inside a scope for checking blood samples. They're all pinned like blood samples sandwiched between panes of glass. Very serial killer-esque, come to think of it, but convenient in this context, I suppose. And as I say, you go through them. Looks to be 30 slides. 27 of them you're pretty sure are human. Like, you can take a sniff at it and you're like, human. Indeed, if you happen to perceive them particularly hard, I will even give you estimates of, like, the kind of human it came from. Because you can generally tell someone's health by their blood, because you're a vampire. So, would you want to give me that a go?
Sure, I'll do a scent check. What do I need to roll?
This would, again, be wits composure, but... And do you have any skill related to, like, animal-esque senses? I can't remember if you were one of those.
I do have protein too, but I have to, like, activate that to be able to use scent, like super scent or whatever, I believe.
I leave you the option of doing that. Also, I should add that your vitae is full right now.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay, so before I even smell the blood, Zaire of knowledge that... No. Zaire is going to close his eyes, he's going to take a deep breath, and then he's going to sit in the middle of his car and try to compose himself. And I'm going to make a wits composure check, I guess, to try to remember where last...
This would be resolve composure.
Resolve composure?
Yep.
Is that a thing?
Yes, it is. Resolve is your, like, smart person resistance stat.
And Zaire is going to try to remember when exactly he last remembers doing anything.
Alright, give me a go. Fucking hell, you managed to get a great success. Well done, honestly. Okay then, I'm going to give you slightly more information than you should have started with for this. When you finished up at the church, like you did your rounds, dropped everyone off in the van, and went by the Elysium, there was a figure there you distinctly remember speaking to someone. They seemed like pretty strong and warrior-y, like exactly your type of person to have a conversation with. The kind of person who you suspect has done a lot of like under-the-collar, like SWAT-esque action. You know when you're looking at someone like you're thinking, they're probably hiding like 6 guns, that motherfucker. Like this is the kind of person that was there, and you remember distinctly having a conversation with them. You can't remember, you can't remember their face though. But also you realize you can't remember their face, and that stands out. Like, you can remember other details, like, you can actually remember what weapons this person was carrying, you remember, like, their clothing, their stature, all of that, but their face is like a smudge, even when you focus on it, which actually does stand out a bit.
And what else? Or is that it?
That is the last thing you remember, is talking to this individual whose face you cannot remember.
Zaire will slowly open his eyes and come to the conclusion that his mental faculties have been compromised. He's going to look over to his owl. Well, the owl that is there. He's going to raise his arm out as kind of a perch for the owl to come over.
The owl will nod. Is there something you require, Master?
Zaire will suppress a little, squee of joy that he has a talking pet owl, and get straight to business. And he will say, oh wait, yes, I was trying to think of how to phrase this. Can you recall to me the events of what I have done ever since the incident at the church?
Oh, well, I'm afraid you very specifically yourself said, "Don't tell me about this, I'm supposed to discover it." And then you did that weird little smile like you're quite satisfied at setting yourself a challenge, and then that was that. And then I woke you up as you asked, just this morning.
Zaire kind of slowly blinks and says, at least that sounds a little bit like me. Zaire will then ask, what are these blood samples that I seem to have?
I suppose there's no harm in mentioning those. You, had a lot of work to do over the past month, and decided that you would keep a record of it for yourself, sort of like a happy memories deal. I believe that most of those samples belong to people still currently living, or unliving in one of them's case. So it was important to keep their blood.
Zaire says again. Oh yeah, that's right. Zaire will go over and check the state of his guns and weapons. Try to see if he can't see if any of them have gotten recent use.
Okay. How, normally good are you about taking care of your weapons? Like, if you fire your rounds, do you reload your magazines and then put them back in and all that kind of stuff?
Let's say Zaire is pretty adamant about maintaining his weapons. I can see him, doing it, every night whenever he gets a chance. Especially since he would be the militant type who would probably have the belief that you need to keep your weapons in top shape because you're trusting your life to them.
It's a good habit to have. Can you roll me a chance die then, please?
You'd probably even be the type to wipe down the gunmetal so that your oil doesn't start. Oh, that's bad.
So this is a dramatic failure that doesn't order beat. Luckily, there's not much I can do with this chance die, except tell you that every gun is in perfect and fine working order, pretty much exactly as you left it on the night of the church, when you wrapped up and made sure all of your gear was intact. It's in good shape.
Zaire will smile at that. Compromise mentally, but not turn stupid. At least I'm keeping my weapons in good shape.
Yep. And the owl will continue to watch. As you go about. Your goal, by the way, has been... I suppose compromised is one context. You said that they had to be put to sleep for the duration of this month. I would check on her, because she might not be in good condition at all. And can you quickly give me a empathy check? Wits empathy.
It's... empathy. God damn it.
Something you're actually fucking incredible at.
Oh yeah, I forgot empathy is at
your empathy is bawling out of control.
It's just a rotting corpse next to you.
Aww.
There is something mildly unsettling about the way the owl words that.
Well, knowing my line of work, anything I'm up to like this would be mildly unsettling.
Yeah.
But that means I should probably check on that. So, can I get you to repeat that, Mr. Actually, what have I named you?
DCL, would you like to choose the owl's name?
Well, first, Zaire is going to ask, how much did he spend to get this owl? What did he trade, or how much money did he give in? What did he do to get this?
You're wondering how you came across me, Master? Well, if I hadn't seen you erase your own memory, I would have been insulted that you forgot. You acquired me as part of a job. I wasn't with you at the very first moment, but I was with you quite soon afterwards. I can't explain how you came across me. That's a deal that you made while I wasn't present.
Well, Zaire is going to mentally high-five himself for being able to secure a talking owl and not having to pay money for it. Also, as Claire said, I was actually thinking of Madam Hoot. God damn it. I wanted to give them
Alright, there's Madam Hoot then. Madam Hoot the Owl is totally A-okay with me.
Zaire, well, once I'm going to roll a composure check. Alright, that was to suppress my squeal of joy again.
Yes. You called me Madam Hoot, Master. That would be because my gender is that of a female, and because I hoot, presumably. And then she will hoot to make a point.
Is the hoot adorable?
Of course it is.
Ah,
There's a little bit of like I guess, every time this owl speaks, it's like there is an after whisper. So it will say things in this voice that is quite soft and pleasant, and then there is an after whisper to all of its voices that hint at this talking owl is probably magic. As opposed to, the voice isn't technically coming out of this creature, but it is being emulated by this creature.
Zaire is increasingly sure that even if he has forgotten his memory, he's only made good choices, as he now has a magical talking owl. But back down to business.
I will add that the hoot was natural though. Like, of all the words it was saying that had this whispery aftertone, the hoot was all owl.
I suppose you cannot tell me what I have had you assist me in either.
No, Master. I believe if you look around and investigate thoroughly enough, you'll find someone who knows what you were up to. I'm not allowed to say. Also, I wasn't there for all of it, so that would be unfair of me to put you on possibly the wrong trail.
Zaire will nod. And he's just like, well, I suppose I should get started looking through.
Oh, Master, one final thing I should add, however. You didn't speak with any of your usual kindred contacts during this time. You actually made a point to avoid it. I would recommend not mentioning me to them. However, of course it is your decision should you wish to actually bring it up. But again, it was one of those matters of secrecy that you seemed to care quite a lot about over the past month. Is then you realise that this is the second time Madame Hoot has said, this past month.
Well, I know at least it's been a month. And unfortunately, I haven't talked to my friends in a month. And my friends, people who I trust dearly at this point, are people I would want to see even if I didn't have anything to do. So for right now, I'm going to assume I have a good reason for not seeing them, shall not rush over to them. Oh my god, the hoot. Claire, please stop distracting me. I'm trying to be investigative.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me. It's an adorable owl.
Alright. Well, before I make any major decisions, I guess I'm going to try to investigate the van, see if I have any notes on the blood samples, and then look at the blood samples through the scope.
Okay. There is, like, broken down elements to this scope. Microscope. That was the one. I was like, which scope is it? I know lots of scopes. I will be back. Yeah, there is a microscope that you can put together. It's definitely a really cheap one. It sort of seems like you grabbed it as an afterthought when you just needed something to keep all the blood between. Like, you know when you get a microscope and it's like, here, have all of these sample plates that came with it. You were probably after the plates more than the scope at the time.
Oh.
It's a cheapie, but it works. And yeah, you can look through it. As I said, by the way, you wanted to look at the blood samples. Did you trigger your senti thing or not?
Oh yeah, I should do that, but first I just want to look at them.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, can I use wits and medicine for this?
Yes, you absolutely can. In fact, no, it's intelligence medicine because learning about blood is like, you know, actual book learning.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm going to spend a point of vitae on this. That's like a +1 modifier, right?
I believe vitae can be used like that. Alright. Oh, it's a shame that vitae extra modifier just turned into a roll 1 on the dice. It was so useless. Okay. When you're looking over all of these, they look like normal blood samples, I suppose, but for like the quantity of blood, there's a particularly low cell count in pretty much all of them. Like, you'd think, like, you know, you've got a decent, like, splotch of blood between each of these panels. The cell count seems way lower, like, if you were to go through an old, like, biology textbook, for instance, you know, they've got, like, the printouts, and then it shows this is a slide, and these are the pictures of the cells. It's like, there are not enough cells there for whatever you're looking at. It's a low cell count.
Kind of an obvious question about vampire biology. Are we known for having low cell counts or no cell counts whatsoever?
Well, for one, you know that vampires aren't known for having red blood cells.
Okay, so vampires don't even have cell count.
You have vitae. It comes out of you. Indeed, you have elder vitae in one of those other slides, but you know it due to its particularly dark tinge.
Okay.
If you use blush of life, do you bleed? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah. It even then, like it doesn't look like vampire blood, quote unquote. It's also like once it's out of the body, I'm pretty sure it doesn't stay blood for particularly long. It probably desiccates.
I'm going to assume
The blood inside vampires' bodies is basically what they drink.
Okay. I'm going to assume, and this is only an assumption for now, that since I only have one sample of Elder Vitae blood, probably because it's really hard to get, but it is the master sample that I am probably comparing everything to.
Okay.
So, do I get any insights or hints if I compare the Elder Vitae blood to the other samples?
When you're looking at it, it's Elder Vitae is like it's not exactly what you would consider scientifically explored, and if it is, then it's way above your pay grade. I imagine that there are rich elders who are like, I want to know what my blood looks like because what the fuck else are they doing with their time except for backstabbing politically and starting fights?
Exactly.
It's not common knowledge, and you don't have like a outstanding success. But on a basic terms, like you can be pretty sure the Elder Vitae doesn't belong to the others. It's rich and it's thick and it's potent. I suppose the difference between Elder Vitae and Standard Blood is that its cell count is extensively dense.
Its cell count is dense?
Yes, I would say that Elder Vitae is meant to be like darker and thicker. In science terms, I'm kind of making this part up as I go along. I'm pretty sure that would mean that the density of cells pretty high.
Okay.
But I guess as far as you can assume, this seems like normal Elder Vitae blood. As utterly absurd that sentence is, you're pretty sure you're looking at totally normal Elder Vitae blood.
And none of them have any markings, of course, for like this is somebody's blood or X blood or whatever. No system of marking.
You can't make out anything that's like there's no similarities between the cells of the Vitae and the blood samples you've got.
Okay. Well, let's transform my senses so I can get a good whiff.
Okie
So
dokie.
I'm going to spin the point of Vitae. I believe that's what I spin, right?
Yes. Vitae is like your bartering chip for making rolls with.
All right. And now I'm going to scent the samples.
I believe since it's a wait, have you got a merit related to it as well? If not, you do not have a merit for it. No. So it's just a standard roll with your dots.
Because I believe it's like it adds pluses to scent, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I got something for scent.
Yes, you have a plus. Well, it's what your thingamajig 2, so it's +2.
All right. What is a scent and roll normally, though?
It's would probably be wits perception. Sorry, wits composure, because you're doing it like a perception check, but you're sniffing. So +2 modifier onto that and take away a vitae. All right, you engage your sniffer to maximum overbork. So close to that epic success. What a shame.
I thought I got 4 successes.
Epic success is 5. Really
Oh,
good
it
success.
is?
Yep, 5 is a great success.
Oh, epic success.
Yeah. I mean, you still succeeded, and
Exceptional success.
Exceptional. That's the word. Exceptional success is 5 and up. And just anything like technically, as far as the book is concerned, between 1 and 4 is pretty. It's just the same kind of success.
I thought it was a 4 and above. Damn it.
Afraid not.
That is.
It's really tough to get an exceptional success. It's why that first 5 was incredible. Like, it means that I have to give you information that usually you wouldn't be able to acquire. That's sort of why it's put together like that. Or in a lot of cases where I would be vague, I have to instead be specific. In this context, I can be a little bit vague. So, you take a breath in. Each of these blood samples, they remind you of fear and of confusion. It's just like memories evoked in you when you smell at them. The 27 of them, they smell like humans. It smells like young blood to you. Or at least not old blood is the better way to put it. Like, you're pretty sure that none of these belong to the elderly, and you're pretty sure none of them belong to babies.
Okay, I was about to say, do you mean like young as far as vampires terms go, or
No,
young?
I mean, when I say young, I'm generally giving you an average of young adult.
All right.
Otherwise, I'll say child or babe or matured or old or elderly. Don't hold me to that exactly, but it's more like my speech patterns than some kind of rule.
Babe.
Pardon, sorry?
You remind me of the babe.
Absolutely. You
What
remember me of the babe.
What babe?
The babe with the power.
What power?
Power of voodoo.
Voodoo?
You do.
Voodoo?
Do what?
God damn it.
A plus to DCL.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Finally
it.
get a
I'll
reference
do
for
that
once.
song.
So the blood samples smell of fear and confusion.
You pick up like the sensation of smell is just reminiscent, and like the smell reminisces in you senses of like fear from your targets. And yes, the blood is probably young adult. And that's the 27 tiles. The Elder Vitae just smells to you like age and power. It smells like Kindred. The other two, the mysterious pale substance that we've decided now because of the 10 on the die is actually jizz belonging to something. It smells like cum. It doesn't smell human. And the final shadowy substance. The smell reminds you of your owl, I guess is the best way to put it. It's like it smells like blood, but it's almost like it's pretending to be blood. Like when you look through it through the scope, you don't see cells so much as you see like empty discs. They're just pretending to be cells. And when you smell them, they do still smell to you like blood, but it's something like just a little bit off.
I guess I'll take the shadowy owl reminiscent substance and ask my pal at how Madame Hoots if this blood reminds as related to her in any way.
Why, yes it is. It's related to me, and I guess tangentially related to you. And she'll, like, pick at her wings idly.
Can I have an explanation?
Persuade the owl. You can pick a skill to do it with.
Is headpats a skill?
It sounds to me like you want to charm the owl.
I mean, it's an adorable owl.
Let's have a look here. You can... Your social skills are literally be empathic towards people or intimidate people. You have fuck all animal ken, you can't express yourself, and you have no persuasion skills or no socialize. So, I mean, it's basically going to be a... wits presence roll -2. Like, you can't do this usually. It's not your skill of soothing people.
I thought empathy would be used to soothe people.
That's what no, empathy is understanding people. You yourself, you're very good at understanding people and acting, but you can't genuinely be nice to people. You're actually not very good at it.
Oh.
You can certainly try, but you're not particularly good at like making people do what you want with words.
Empathy is good for, like, sympathizing with people.
Yeah, if someone's crying on your shoulder...
They're there.
Yeah, exactly. If someone's crying on your shoulder, empathy is your fucking go-to. If you want to make someone, like, provide you with information, empathy is your dump stat, because you don't want to be empathic, you want to make them do what you tell them.
Well, can't I give the owl head pats for being adorable anyways?
I mean, you can, and it's not empathic, though, to just pat an owl. I think even an idiot is understanding that pets like to be touched. Not in that way, you dirty bastard.
I wasn't even thinking in that way.
And just making sure it's to all of the chat as well, and you can't trust them.
Madame Hoots is a pure soul.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Well, so I'm supposed to roll presence and wits with -2, right?
Correct.
Still got a success.
Fucking well done. Okay. How to start? Alright, so the owl looks at you and goes, I suppose I could tell you a little bit about it. That blood there belongs to a monster, sort of. And that...
monster?
yes, correct. We say monster, but of course they're really just, I suppose, misunderstood friends. And the owl will ruffle up its feathers a little bit and settle back down again. And that's their sample.
Sample of an elder, several humans, and a monster? What did I do
Misunderstood
this past...
monster. Madam Hoots will add, clearly.
Zyra will make a note to say misunderstood monster.
Yep. Okay. After like some time of deliberating, Madam Hoots will ask to be let out of the van. You know, stretch her wings.
Zaire will comply and do so.
She will like perch up on top of the roof of the van and flap out a little bit and then sort of peek her head in, but upside down in that particularly owlish way. While you're searching around, I will be quite close by and probably stop by for dinner times and keep watch in the day. Well, until I need sleep, of course, myself. If you need anything, be sure to call. I'll be right by. But otherwise,
Wait.
I imagine... Ooh. Yes?
I have an important question.
Go right ahead, Zaire.
What is your favorite food?
Big, juicy, bloody rats.
Zaire will nod and will make a note in his little memo pad to secure big juicy rats. Alright. Now, since I'm already here, it would be a good time to observe where I am outside and where my car has been parked.
Alright then. Your car is currently parked... liddy, like, way up here by the river.
Down by the
So we
river.
don't need the puzzles thing.
Can you ping that again?
Up in the
Okay,
top,
there
in
we
the
are.
middle. Yep.
Alright, so I'm going to get outside, inspect my surroundings first off, make sure that there's no threats present.
Madam Hoot seems comfortable enough to just take wing into the night sky, and you can see, like, every now and again when you're looking around, you can sort of catch her movement out of the corner of your eyes. But she maintains, like, a safe, watchful distance so that she can catch up if you start driving. Around you, there is nothing. It's peaceful. Like, I suppose I should move the van onto this side. You're on the riverside at a road that's like a lay-by, essentially, where you can see that there is an oil-stained cement park for, like, stopping cars to fix them up if they break down. All in all, it's the kind of place that you would want to just chill in a van for a day if you needed to stay the fuck out of people's way.
Alright, next is to inspect my van to see if there's been any damage to it, because I'm still of the mindset I did not get this blood easily.
Okay, give me a chance die.
Oh,
Find
chance
out
die.
just how easy it was for you. There are scuff marks around, like, the... I guess the driver's side door. It looks like they've been buffed out recently, though, so there was damage there and it's been restored.
And that's it?
That's what you can see.
Zaire's going to be humming a lot. Keep a counter. Well, I guess I go back inside my van. Let's check if my ghoul has woken up yet.
She has been stock asleep. There is a paleness to her skin that you don't recognize from before.
Like a vampire paleness, or
No. Just in general, like, hasn't seen the sun paleness. Like, according to the owl, she's been asleep for a month, which isn't typically human to do. But she does appear, from at a glance, just your ghoul, but as if she hasn't seen much fucking sunlight. She's breathing softly and lying there in a sleeping bag. And is currently in her underclothes.
crazy idea. Could I wake her up quicker if I fed her some of my blood, or fed her vitae? Still don't understand.
I technically, sort of. It would be like saying, "Can I wake this person up by feeding them drugs?" What you could be certain of is if you fed them your vitae and they stayed asleep, you'd fuck their dreams up real good.
In a good way or a bad way?
Yeah, it depends how their body reacts to a trip, I suppose. It's basically a gamble. It's meant to be euphoric, but euphoria and dreams don't tend to play the same game. You could also just try waking her up.
Alright, let's try the normal way first. I mean, I assume if she's been asleep for a month, this won't work, but you never know. I'm just going to gently nudge her on the shoulder.
Yep. When you do so, yeah, I think you would feel it. There's like a tingle in the air, I suppose. Like you got a static shock and it's dispersing when you wake her up. And her eyes open, and she stretches, and she yawns, and then winces, just terribly uncomfortable looking. Oh, what happened?
That is a question I would like to know as well.
I feel like I slept on a bed of bricks. And she'll like wince and shift inside the sleeping bag.
Zaire will try to tell her to take it easy. You have been asleep for some time.
How long is some time? Like, I can see it's night again. What, like 18 hours or something crazy?
Zaire will kind of look away and say, a month.
A pardon? And then she will sit up and then wince again, but she'll stay sat up. You're gonna have to run that one by me. Ugh. I mean, it doesn't feel like a month. It does feel like a while.
Well, to give you the summary, I have woken up without my memories, and the only thing around, a talking owl, who I have named Madam Hoots, suppresses a squeak, told me that you have been asleep for about a month.
That all sounds like actual batshit craziness. Forgive me, but I don't find that very easy to believe.
Zaire shrugs. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
Also, and then she'll like swallow a couple of times. I'm hungry.
Ghouls feed on blood, correct?
Ghouls also eat. They eat people food primarily. The blood is just a drug that keeps them happy, or they go into withdrawal. I guess the more important fact is a month has passed and she isn't dying of withdrawal symptoms. So that is worth noticing.
And like ghoulification makes them functionally immortal. So
it does, but at the same time, like you'd be jonesing deep after like a week of no.
Very slowly.
Yeah, a ghoul would be jonesing pretty fucking hard after a month of nothing. So in her case, she just seems hungry for actual food though, so that is a standout point.
Well, I guess Zaire will mention you're not hungry for any blood.
No, I had that like. Oh, okay. I mean, last night, and then she'll sort of do quirky fingers.
Zaire still knows so little about ghouls. Even in sleep, I'm guessing that they would still be hungry for blood after a month.
Oh yeah, indeed, her body should be operating on a kickstart. Like she's woken up.
Huh. This is also
everything need. Yeah, no. It's as I say, like the only thing that seems to have happened to her is that she's gone to bed and has become pale due to lack of being shown the sun. If you want, give me intelligence medicine.
Intelligence medicine. Take that roll.
You know of people who end up like this. It's people who are in hardcore comas. And they're kept on pretty reasonable life support. You would estimate that she's actually been fed pretty well while she's been out cold, but has been just quote-unquote life support the whole time. Stasis or a coma or something. It doesn't seem completely medical, and that tingle in the air hints at that weird magic shit that some of your friends have done before.
Huh. Zaire's going to get up real quick and search the van for any tools. Does he have anything that would be used for extracting blood?
Usually you have your teeth for that. Yes, you don't have any, I don't think you keep no, you do, you keep a medical kit. So yes, you could use an empty clean syringe, sure.
Alright. I am going to go over and say, I am sorry for this, but I'm going to need to take a sample of your blood.
Can I please have a burger or something? I'm really hungry.
This might be important to do first before I let you free.
Fine, go on then. This is like being at the doctor's all over again. Don't eat before your blood test.
Zaire will do all the necessary procedure to get some blood from her wrist, and will hand her a lollipop.
I mean, like, the lollipop doesn't last. It disappears in crunches instead of licks. There's
All right. Zaire will deposit the blood into another of the sample cases. If I assume he still has a few.
I'll say yeah. You probably had like 5 slides empty.
All right. Put one into the slide, and I will examine it under the microscope.
There's nothing particularly outstanding about her blood.
Doesn't compare to the other human bloods that I found?
No, her cell count is average, I would say.
Okay.
If actually, wait, no. Considering she gets gold, I think her cell count is above average. Not by an incredibly dangerous margin, just it's above average.
Okay, so it's not that.
Because I'm pretty sure having shit tons of cells is bad. I don't know biology.
I guess for now, the first order of business is getting you food.
Yes, please. Is there a takeout around here?
Well, if I know where I am, where would be the closest place to get a bite to eat?
You're pretty sure there's like a pancake shack nearby somewhere.
Nearby Bob's sunglasses stand?
I mean that's like a mile. That's nearly 2 miles away. There's probably and you're in the upper district where there's like holidayers. You're probably like, I don't know, a 10-minute drive down the main road away from like a bunch of places to eat that are open all night.
Okay. Let's 10-minute drive to get to the pancakes first. Because pancakes are awesome.
Yep. What the hell? Oh, right. Oh, yes. I remember that well. Fucking excellent movie. Yeah. It's like basically just down the road to a pancake shack, and the owl appears like every now and again. If you peek out, then you can see that it's keeping wing with your van. Sometimes it goes like completely out of sight, but then like a minute later it'll catch up and then fly ahead to another tree or something to settle into.
Okay. Now Zaire will make sure to keep a close eye on his ghoul to see if she acts strangely or has any strange responses.
She just seems uncomfortable. I mean, right now your senses are still cranked up to the crankometer, so you can actually hear her stomach grumbling. She sounds hungry.
Okay, so nothing weird other than that?
No, as I say, she right now her body is in like I'm a neat mode, I guess, NEET mode.
All right. Shit, actually.
Low calorie input and no sunlight. That's her.
She doesn't look like emancipated, does she?
No, actually, her body is not suffering any kind of muscle loss or anything, so...
She's pretty disconnected from her family, though.
Oh, she's in a weird... She's definitely in a weird way. That's for sure. She went missing... Yeah, she's definitely emancipated. But she's also...
Certainly not emaciated.
She's not emaciated.
Emaciated, sorry.
I just realized, like, wait a second. Oh, yeah, of course. That's actually a pretty good joke. Well played. Yeah, no. She hasn't seen her family in a long time. She's a missing person.
All right. Well, we give her pancakes.
Yeah, she demolishes stack after stack, taking breaks for caffeine and coffee. She's like underneath like that typically harsh all-night diner lighting. She looks even paler, and she'll even notice it like, holy shit! It really has been like a month, hasn't it? I had such a good tan.
Zaire will nod.
Damn, I was nearly as dark as a... and then she, like, catches her tongue and then looks up at you before she says something racist.
Zaire, she'll get to see one of Zaire's eyebrows cork over his sunglasses.
Never mind. And then more food will disappear inside her. Also, I should add that your wallet is in pretty reasonable condition. Like...
Oh yeah, that's right. how could I not have checked my funds? I guess
Yeah.
I'll chalk that up to being a rich boy who usually doesn't worry about money.
Yeah, and also just in characterly, you tend to always have like eating money and lodging cash, that kind of shit, like for throwing
Yeah.
around. If it's an inordinate amount of cash, then it takes the place of a favor token. But otherwise,
Zaire will
money.
kind of spend the time while she's eating pancakes to kind of mentally get his like checklist in order, try to see everything that he knows, everything that's changed so far. And I guess right now his first mission will be to go down to Bob's sunglasses stand and see if Bob knows what he's been up to.
That's an interesting theory. Also, I'll add that at some point you've probably been exposed to like a newspaper. Those things just seem to be abandoned on tables in diners all the time. It is October the 3rd.
Okay.
A straight up fucking month and a day has passed since the church events.
My logic for trying to go to Bob's stand is that if any damage were to occur to my sunglasses, which is often since I always take them into battle, Bob's sunglasses stand would be the first place I go to get them repaired or replaced.
That's a pretty good. I like that. Okay, excellent. When you drive past Full Sail, it's on fire. No, it's like over that month you burn down Full Sail and it's under maintenance. No. Behaving. And now we're going to jump to some of the others.
That would only put Zaire's concerns to rest.
To rest, yeah. Doesn't matter what happened. I've got a mysterious owl, talking owl pet. I've got a bunch of random blood samples, one from an elder vampire, apparently. I also have shadow monster blood and cum. It's fine, though, apparently. I burned down a Full Sail while I was here. It's all good. Everything is great.
Everything's great.
Everything's awesome when you're part of the team. So yeah, I'm going to jump to the others. Now, if you wish to, like, you know, sneak away, grab food, drink, all that kind of stuff, you're welcome to do so, DCL.
Shall do so.
Don't forget to mute yourself, though. Alright, then. So, over the month, I believe there's a little bit of space of time between Timothy getting his new Wampier and actually, like, that month ending out. I would say about a week and a half, maybe? Is there anything in particular that Timothy Lee does with his new individual?
Explain the basic mechanics of being a vampire is one thing.
Definitely a start.
He's smart enough to figure out most of them, but it's probably just helpful and generally decent.
Yeah, inevitably he has to go through, like, alright, so which of the vampire facts are actually bullshit? And then you have to be like, a lot of them. Actually, I mean, the one that says that crosses and shit like that is bullshit is also not bullshit unless you're a really old vampire, and then particularly it might not be bullshit to just that vampire, quote unquote. Like, you know, there are also a lot of hypocrisies in just being a vampire, which is a lot to try and digest, I suppose, but he takes this information on with aplomb. Like, you never have to tell him a thing twice, I guess is one of those things you notice. Like, you teach him something, he knows it. He never forgets that thing. If you were to give him, like, an obscure string of numbers, maybe he'd struggle with it, but if he had that obscure string of numbers a couple of times, then he would never forget it.
Okay.
Let's see here. How much do you try to learn about him?
I mean, he kind of likes knowing lots, so... Lots.
Alright then. He is particularly English. He is thoroughly educated and has a number of doctorates, but he found them all quite boring and opted to investigation in order to leverage up his time. He had a number of addictions. Those seemed pretty irrelevant with the brain cancer thing, because overindulging would waste what time he had left, so he sort of had to axe a lot of those, and now he has an entirely new indulgence, and that's the blood of the living, which he seems actually to be okay with.
Tim would, at some point by now, have bought him a deerstalker cap.
Oh, he already owned one. Like he still owns the apartment that he lives in. So, assuming that you don't want to start crazy shit with him, he's like, I mean, I will just live in my home, I suppose. Probably get some blackout curtains and a screen, but otherwise, just use my own place. Nothing crazy about that, right?
For the most part, that'll be fine. Do you have any family members that might want to come and show up all of a sudden?
Oh goodness, those assholes? No. No, I'm quite done with most of my family. And the ones that I did keep contact with, I'm quite done with as well, come to think of it.
Most likely for the best. Might be a little awkward explaining to them why you have suddenly become nocturnal.
No, I'll just falsify my death, pass the details on to them, and change my address to, like, the apartment down. They won't even notice or care or check. It's perfectly fine.
Very good. You shouldn't cut yourself off from humans completely.
Oh goodness, no,
Otherwise
I'd get
you'll
terribly
end up-
bored.
You could amuse yourself sufficiently among the kindred alone, but you would sooner or later lose whatever's human left of you, and that tends to lead to bad things.
Oh, right, I take it that there's some kind of losing yourself as a vampire lark. It would explain why you all have to deal with, continuing to interact with humankind. Apart from the blood thing, I mean, that one's kind of slightly more obvious, but, there's probably more to it than that. Attachments seem to be important to most people.
Here's the secret about the blood thing.
Go ahead.
In some popular movies and video games, I don't know if you played any of those, or if you're too busy reading philosophy.
Oh, you don't need to read philosophy to understand philosophy. That's total nonsense.
There's always this impression that vampires need humans because they have to have this source of blood. But we don't. We can just feed off of each other.
But isn't vampire blood terribly addictive? And then you'd have to deal with that whole social circle of codependence on an emotional and physical level?
Yes, but then when you get old enough, you don't have a choice anymore. After a couple of centuries, 300 years at the latest, vampires have to feed on other kindred.
Do the ones they feed on have to be as old, or can they be younger? That kind of thing?
No, simply other kindred will do of any sorts.
Ah, I see.
Though there are certain social rules, various etiquette as to who you can and can't feed on.
And those would be? Just so I don't jump in any landmines if some kind of old vampire decides they want to take a snack on me. I take it disagreeing with someone who is a lot older than me is pretty bad, and I'll have to be more subtle, but what are these limitations then to who can and can't be fed on?
Tim is going to explain. I don't want to go over that whole section of the book.
Yeah, you don't have to read the rulebook. That's fine. Yes, generally, the Elder Vampire don't fucking associate with random schmuck Lord XYZ, and if they did, it would be possibly insulting, or at least it would be a sign that they think something of the young vampire, maybe want to stick them into their own bloodline or their own covenant, yada yada yada. Complicated nonsense. Usually old feeds on old, or they'll feed on young if young is indebted. And at one point, your vampire will look at you and go, "How old are you then? And have you made me a vampire so that you can feed on me?"
No, no, not that old yet. I've. Well, the honest truth of the matter is that it's been 3 or 4 years now. I haven't kept as precise a track as I should have done.
Really? I can't imagine me forgetting the day that I became a vampire by this point, but I'll take your word for it.
It was a longer process for me.
If you say so. He seems comfortable enough with that answer as though he will discover it on his own if he needs to. Let's see here. I'll need to keep track of his vitae. Did we actually choose a name for him? Because I just randomly put Ben Badge in because I thought, fuck it, that'll work.
Nope. You have not chosen a name.
Alright, I mean, fuck it, Ben Batch will work then. I don't give a shit. That'll be fine. Actually, I guess his vitae is probably going to be quite low. 5. Okay. So, yeah, he'll be absorbent with information and he'll ask questions, but whenever he asks a question, he'll either posit a bunch of other information or he'll put the pieces together himself and won't bring it back up. Like, I'm sure you've come across just explaining this to someone in real life. Whenever you have a conversation with them and you have to explain something, you expect the next time you mention a thing, I'll have to explain this too. But he already seems to have figured out the A to C. You don't have to provide B on these occasions. Like he's done the rest of that journey and doesn't ask the follow-up question. All in all, you imagine there are a lot tougher cases for introducing someone to vampirehood. This guy takes to it like a fucking just a bomb dropping. He has no problem.
Yeah, this truly does just seem like easy mode.
Oh yeah. I don't know enough about making it difficult, me the player, to give you a particularly difficult siring. And also I was too much in love with the idea of just giving you uber nerd Sherlock Holmes as a vampire because he is going to make a mess of things later because I made sure he has 0 social skills. None of them at all. He can't do that shit for anything. But he is very smart. And mildly athletic. His quirks are that he is a sociopath. If it weren't for the fact that you were the one who sired him, the fucking sociopath group of mad people would be like, man, maybe he's a candidate. He's a pretty smart person. Make you a crazy man. Whatever the fuck their bloodline was. I don't remember. I don't remember the name of the covenant. There's just crazy people.
7?
No, 7 are murderers and evils. There is just a covenant that's just dudes who are a little bit fucking cray-cray. Maybe a clan.
Lancea?
No, the Lancea are just real Christian.
Isn't that insane?
Well, it is. This is a different kind of insanity, though. No, there's a type of people or covenant that's if you just go shit fucking mental, then you actually fit in with their bloodline. Their associated bloodline.
However you say that.
No, the Carthian movement was a bunch of revolutionaries. No, don't worry about it. It's probably not Facebook.
What are we talking about?
I wouldn't worry about it. I was trying to remember the bloodline of crazy people, or the covenant of crazy people.
Oh, bloodline, not
Malkavian?
covenant.
Yes, the Malks. Yes, the Malks would be fucking... He'd be jam on for Malks if he weren't for the fact that you were the one who sired him, because he's a sociopath through and through.
Fun fact, Malkavia is a sickness in Vampire the Requiem that almost anybody can get.
Yeah, anyone can get the Malk. Indeed, some elders went to sleep in order to avoid getting the Malk. Quote unquote.
Oh, in the base book, there was actually the bloodline Malkovian, which was specifically Ventrue.
Ah, okay. Right. As precarious as it is, I myself need to take a leak because I am full of adult beverage and it has gone through me. As is its way, I'll be back in just a brief second, you guys. Feel free to chitter-chatter amongst yourself and then I'll pick on the next of you to wrap up your month, and then we can start at the top of October the 3rd and get you all together again and on to your next great adventures.
Yay!
I return, yay!
Hey, it's at 15th level with 60 feet. Weird.
Yeah.
Who gets 60 feet at 15 levels? That's a lot of feet.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was trying to balance your gargoyle.
Oh, right.
To start with the wings. I asked her because she knows a lot about this shit if I should give 50 or if that was too much.
50 with average is fine, because 50 with average means you can't just sort of like from a
Go-
flying position then change directions without making a check.
Go with poor. I mean,
For
it's a
what?
gargoyle.
You mean 40?
No, I mean like 50 feet with poor maneuverability.
They've just got like the standards of shit, average, and good, whatever they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
poor.
There's poor, average, and good
Oh,
maneuverability
right, okay.
for Pathfinder.
So, poor maneuverability 50. Yeah, that makes sense. That means you can basically launch yourself and fly in a direction, but if you wanted to, say, turn around, that's fucking hard work.
Well, like, I had to nerf real hard the red marked because I accidentally went batshit crazy with that class. That race.
Made him a bit too strong.
I mean, look at them. They got all of that extra shit plus 5 fire resist, 60 feet with average maneuverability, wings, and a bunch of other crap.
Yeah.
So I went back and had to fix that. Because, yeah, if we ever end up playing Age of Starseed, there won't be humans anymore, just red marked.
Yeah.
Well, technically, they still call themselves humans, but whatever.
Yep, all excitement.
Anyways, back to.
I know, and I've got Dimitri and D building up in Pathfinder. Sorry, in D&D Fifthland, but done by me, so that it's going to be less horse shit than Agendy.
I gotta come up with a new character for Agendy.
I don't envy you that. It does not look like an easy task, and also there are a lot of the roles are taken up, and no matter what you do, you're going to be an outsider surrounded by fucking helpless cumsluts. Like, that whole party, that they can move in a forwards direction at all is impossible.
Well equipped.
Yep.
And I'm gonna have nothing.
What are we talking about? Agendy?
COC&D on Sundays. Yeah, Third's character did a heroic death yesterday.
Oh.
Yep, the champion is now no more in COC.
Yep. In this continuity, the champion of Marith A player character is dead.
Yeah.
Maybe might be Baby Groot at where
I'm
Melee's,
hoping.
but other than
I'm
that,
hoping she's like a new tree in Mary's Grove.
I just kind of
Aw.
just imagined Baby Groot, just like dancing around a little potted plant.
That's so adorable.
Exactly. Although it grows up to be a slut. Because it's
Like
CRC
its
indeed.
mother.
Just like its mother, a slut. Yeah, I mean, I don't envy fucking Agent-D is a nightmare. But as I say, I'm running my own D&D 5th game. It'll be my first time with that system, and I'm hoping that I don't fuck it up.
Your first time.
I'm actually quite a few beers deep. I apologise in advance. But don't worry, I brought more beer and caffeine, so they'll balance each other out.
I'm hoping to join simply because I've never played 5th edition before, and people are saying it's pretty good. Because
Not a
I
fan.
kind of started with AD&D, which I secretly did in high school. And I like hid. I actually used to hide my character sheets in my math book because my parents would never look in there.
Yep.
And,
Well, they burn it.
Well, because I'm really, really bad at math, so my parents would never really look in my math book. So
That's because they couldn't teach you because they were bad at it.
Numbers are satanic.
yeah,
Science is for Satan.
My mom dropped out of high school in 10th grade, and she was my teacher until I was like 14. So
That explains a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
In my case, I have issues with D&D 5th, so I'm going to be studiously avoiding a lot of the shit that I don't like about the game, and seeing how it goes.
Exactly, third.
I mean-
Although I do like reactions because, believe it or not, I actually really, really like the Fantasy Flight game. Basic rule system. It's just that actually bothering to read the books is kind of anathema to me. I get the gist of it, but I do like the reactions thing and being able to do something as a reaction. Like the bodyguard feat is amazing. Just be able to, as a reaction, just throw, as a tank, being able to throw yourself in the way of like the spellcaster. Awesome.
Oh my god, I have like several friends who would just love to be able to have that.
Yeah. It's the bodyguard talent, and if you take it and as a reaction, if someone is within one half action movement of you, you can basically just throw yourself in the way of it, even after they've taken their reaction. Like if they take their reaction and fail to dodge, then you can take your reaction to just jump in front of it and tank the damage, which is amazing when you're like in Scow's other game, I'm like a tank character with a like Die Hard and a bunch of other feats. So just being able to jump in front of the psyker is great.
Good old Jet. Queen of the corridor.
I hear that in 5th edition, the way they kind of fixed it is they made the classes more streamlined, but at the benefit of making it more balanced. So I'm not sure.
Balanced. Magic exists in a D&D game. It's never balanced. I'm sorry.
Although I do like what they did with the. Oh, sorry. I did like the 3.5 Warlock when I played, and that's actually where Sophie comes from. Actually, she was a 3.5 Warlock. The Warlock class was really good in 3.5, and I was kind of sad that they didn't bring it back in Pathfinder. The only thing they brought back in Pathfinder was the third-party version, and rather than having a patron, you basically just had access to fonts of energy, which gave you your powers. But from what I've read of 5e, the Warlock's actually pretty cool. The Fey Pact actually looks pretty sweet.
Nah. I don't like 5th edition.
Oh,
a shame. I'd like to have you in as a player.
I was hoping it was more balanced because my favorite thing about 3rd edition was the fact that it was not balanced. 3.5 in Pathfinder, and that you can make fucking retarded builds, and there are many retarded builds that actually worked very well.
Kanathis actually was playing in my Pathfinder special and was able, because he played a psionic, was able to buff up a living skeleton, so he did 200 plus damage in one hit.
Yeah, that's 3.5 for you.
It was silly. He started out as what was it? Medium-sized creature. Went up to it's medium then.
Oh wait, this has been a
And large.
strategy of Ben and D's for quite a while. Just
It-
basically
it-
using a large person to make
Yeah,
something.
it's
incredible.
large, and then he became huge. So he was like, what was it? 4 squares across. It was fucking hilarious. And then when I dropped Draco Lich down, he just basically was just nope, nope. It was funny as hell.
I'm still sad because my favorite character, Volcora, and Finn and D's original never got to get far enough.
I don't remember that bit. Was that bit put on YouTube?
It should have been. It was a Volcora
Ben
was
was very spotty about uploading those.
Because Fen only has like 2 episodes of the original Fen and D, and I don't remember that.
I think it might have been
It had.
Finn and D. Volcora was a little cat folk who was reach based and basically used a Lucerin, I think it was a spear, and had like several reach
Hammer.
feats. Most poignantly being lunge in Overwatch. So basically he attack of opportunity within a 15-foot radius.
That was V&D, right?
What? No, that was Finn and D. I remember
Sure.
pointing.
That was in
I like that you call
Dragonlance?
Third and D me and D. That's awesome.
It was
too
it was
adorable.
I think I did it in another D&D because I want to try it again, but I remember it specifically being in Finn and D because that was the D&D Finn kicked
the
me out of.
Dragonlance.
Yeah, no, it wasn't in Dragonlance.
Mage
Was it Mage Punk?
I don't think it was a Mage Punk either. Hedra was
Those
a
are the only
chef
2 games he ran.
because Hedra was a chef.
Wasn't that Alcahest
That was
who was
Mage
the
Punk.
chef? I thought that was
Alcahest
Alcahest.
Hedra was a chef character. I think Alcest was also a chef character. I forgot what Kanathis was doing. I think he was in it. And I remember.
Oh wait, I'm thinking of Third and D because I'm thinking of the Calzone Golem. Never mind.
I'm remembering it. I remember it specifically because I got kicked out of that D&D because I was arguing with Phenoxo over the Satyr encounter, where he just pretty much off my character. I
Huh.
think that's what happened. But I remember getting kicked out of that, and I remember loving that character. And I remember Phenoxo hating that character so much.
Was he a vampire?
No,
Hmm.
amazingly enough.
The Satyr thing was in Mage Punk. But I thought the only people who got dragged off by the Satyr were me and Saban.
I think it was you would say it. I forget. I was arguing about it, and he kicked me out of the game for it. And I didn't like that because I really loved Volcora and I was having fun playing him. And then I pretty much just made iterations of Volcora in like the next 2 D&D games I was in.
All right, ladies. Let's enough of this talking about Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder shit. We got World of Darkness
we're
up in this bitch.
Yeah, we're mature adults.
We're
Play with
pretending to be
vampires.
beautiful vampires here. God.
I'm so tortured. And
Fuck. You're supposed to fill your dark soul with light.
If you can't cut yourself on the edge, you need more edge.
Congratulations to anyone who gets that reference, by the way. It's fucking incredible.
I don't need knives. With my trench coat, I'm dressed so sharp I cut myself.
What?
Well played. Yeah, no, the Devil May Cry reference is I was the one who was supposed to fill your dark soul with light! It was the best piece of voice acting I've ever heard in my life. You'll be able to find it if you even try on YouTube, like, any of those core words.
Is that the latest one, or
No, it's an old
that
one.
young Dante?
No, it's DMC2. It was some classic shit tier.
Own young Dante.
I don't mind the new DMC game was actually so good that it made me not hate young new Dante.
Oh, hell no. I still hate that little fucking douchebag.
I just want fucking Bayonetta that's not on the fucking Wii U.
I know, right?
Same.
Same fucking gameplay. It's Devil May Cry, but just much better because boobs and butt. Hair dragons.
I mean, if you want to get into technicalities, it's less complex than most of the Devil May Cries. But that was for the better.
Just Gib now.
All right, ladies.
All right, let's
So, we're now caught up with Zaire. He's at the top of the month, quote unquote. And Timothy is all caught up. He spent like the latter portion of his month getting his new underling acquainted with the vampire lifestyle whilst continuing his training in the shadows, which will pay off soon-ish. But I wanted it to pay off like midway into like you guys actively doing stuff as opposed to just giving him a passive buff like in between progression. Rose, you did all of your preparation for your new job. So
not all.
Not all of it? Okay, what did you want to do next for it? If I remember rightly, you looked into CCTV, you investigated the location, tried to learn what you could about like the location and news events happening there. Come on, Drunksko, you got this. And if I remember rightly, there was like a missing persons case nearby, but otherwise it was pretty clean.
I believe I was going to talk with Timothy and get his help, his new vampire's help, since he seems to be really good at hacking into things.
He wasn't a hacker, just an investigator. He was particularly good at, like, the reason that there were pictures of Timothy, and the reason that cleaner events were being broken into was more like he was doing that Sherlocky thing of figuring shit out more than he was finding information he shouldn't have found. So he can't hack, but he can definitely nerd things for you if you would like to try and set him a goal to understand. I think Timothy Lee is actually relatively decent at compy shit.
All right, I'll talk to Tim. Ask if he can find anything on hack into their Wi-Fi or something, some shitty computer wizardry like that.
I'll leave the role playing of this in your hands for a moment and lean back and enjoy.
Hack into the Wi-Fi. That's not quite how it works, but I think I get what you want me to do.
I've seen the high school specials about hackers. I know how that works.
Aren't these the same high school specials that say you aren't allowed to have sex?
What high school did you go to? We learned how to put condoms on bananas.
Well, that's nice. I was told that, you have to abstain from everything, and oh no, sex is evil.
So you became a vampire.
Nobody actually
seems like they had their priorities out. Well, no, abstinence doesn't work. It's pretty obvious.
Indeed.
Anyway, think you could dig up whatever you can in this location? I can drive you by if you'd like.
That might help. But can give it a try from out here. Unless they have literally left their home network unsecured, proximity will be of very little use.
Give me 2d10 chance dice, and I'll let you. I'll let you fuck with their internet if they're wireless if they get 2 10s. Nice try.
Right, so what's the hacking roll?
Alright then, let's have a look here. Do you have any skills directly relative to hacking into stuff? And also, are you trying to do it wirelessly close to the house, or are you just trying to do it from, say, a home computer?
First, I'll just try to do it from a home computer.
Okay then, let's go with... Intelligence computer.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, you're able to, I guess, locate their home via the internet. There are no through routes to like getting major information. What is it you're trying to accomplish by fucking with them over the internet?
Just trying to see if we can get into their internal cameras, files, anything like that.
Alright, one success is not going to get you into anything important. Like, you would need an exceptional success to find someone important in the first place. The most I can tell you is that when looking into, I would guess it probably takes something along the lines of IP addresses and locations. You can find that there are a number of addresses attributed to that house, so it's not empty. And trying to hack them by modern means or getting into their CCTV or any of that shit has turned out to be impossible. So they apparently care quite a lot about their home's defenses. In that it's like if Timothy does stuff that would work on average Joe's house, doesn't really work here.
Oh, all right. Guess I'll just go in blind.
Yeah, so you would be looking at a number of people, and the information that Timothy can get you is that it's quite an occupied location, but no one has like 80s hacker man powers in this setting. It's how much could you possibly get by trying to hack someone from home over the internet? It's actually not that easy. They don't keep information on some kind of lootable server, and video feeds are probably like closed circuit as opposed to server based.
It's almost like that's in the name.
Yep. Indeed, those circuits are closed as fuck.
Well, I could drive by, but fuck it.
Alright. That'll be October the 3rd, then, is when you want to go and do your infiltration.
I would suppose so.
Alright, and Claire, did you have any finalizing points before your month was closed?
Yeah, gonna try to do research on Cass's girlfriend and then keep an eye out over her. And also going to discern what her group of friends are.
Wasn't it a boyfriend for Cass, or was I actually misremembering and I made her a lesbo?
Boyfriend for Cass, yeah.
Okay.
Did I say girlfriend?
Yeah. That's fine.
Sorry.
Alright, yeah, you can try and look into that. Let's see here. Well, would you like to volunteer skills to use to gather this information?
I'd either do intelligence or wits plus investigation.
I would say wits investigation because it's not really book learning so much as it's, you're putting pieces together.
My sheet's not working. Give me a second. There we are. Ooh.
Almost perfect. Okay. It would appear that Cass's boyfriend works in the close to the Skyrise area at a expensive chemicals company after finishing a doctorate at the Polytechnic. At the would it be the Polytechnic? Maybe it would probably be like an online doctorate after completing a college course. They were then picked up, and he's doing well as a professional chemist in the Skyrise.
All right, and then when they're together, Claire is going to lash out with uncanny perception and ask what his motive is. So I believe that is in empathy aspects.
There you go.
All right, 3 successes.
He wants nothing from you.
Okay.
Generally,
Well, it
that's
was
generally how beast tackles works, I'm afraid.
It can also do other things.
It
But
can do other things, but in general, like, that's a really outlandish question to ask about someone who isn't your target.
Well,
Who
there's
isn't targeting
I can
you,
ask
sorry.
I can ask what they're afraid of. I can ask what their vices. I can ask what their psychological vulnerabilities are. So I didn't think that question was outside of the bounds, but
It's a little bit
that
there,
was
like, okay, I'll give you this, in that, I'll just give you words. Warmth, comfort, easy.
okay. Other than that, Claire, the only other two things is Claire's gonna do that still that shadowing thing and gonna be using beast hackles and is going to try to over the month identify her group of friends. No,
Uh,
she's because she again both of the sisters are from like Seattle,
yeah.
and I don't know where this is on the United States and doesn't really matter. It's not Seattle, so she's going to try to, discern her group of friends because she's looking for one to ghoulify.
Uh, she doesn't
So,
hang out with many of them. She's approaching, like, exam season, so their hangouts are sort of coming to a bit of a drift close. Like, I can't remember when the next, like, big exams are for Americans, but, you know.
that'd probably be the next month if it's still October.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
it honestly,
you're in like the near end of October by the time this is coming around. Like checking her
it
groups of
honestly
friends.
depends on if it's a quarterly school where they have exams. It's a couple months then a thing, or if it's done by like by semester or. Anyways, it's crazy. You can just basically make up anything and it'd be
Yeah,
correct because there
she's got
are.
exams
Yeah.
coming up, so she isn't hanging out with them as often. Trying to like follow the next time that there is a gathering. Give me 1d4 and then a chance die, please. Okay. There are 4 friends of hers that she still regularly hangs out with. There are no like big obvious, I suppose, like weakness ins to them. They're all kind of nerdy and don't go out and party too much. You might have to try and more directly approach one if you were looking for a good ghouling target, I suppose.
The drawback to that is Cass kind of looks like this Claire, but just like 4 inches taller.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's got a small circle of friends, and yeah, she's not exactly what you would consider a party animal. You could definitely try and shadow 1 or 2 of them home, but it would be kind of a, I guess it would be an uncomfortable entry because you look a lot like your sister. Like that is not an easy move in. You can certainly give it a go. If you leave it to dice, it'd be very difficult, and if you leave it to roleplay, you may very well succeed. But I also have no idea how you would approach it.
No, for now I'm just trying to discern her group of friends and stuff like that.
They're a nice
And
core of
yeah,
friends. They're pleasant people, I guess is a good way to put it. She's at the very least, you can detect no threats out of these 4 individuals that she spends relatively regular time around.
well, basically she's looking for the quote unquote weakest member to be able to exploit, but other than that, you've given me what I wanted for that. Going to be still shadowing her a little bit to see if there's anything happening, and will uh try to bring Aurora to just once to help her look to see if there's anything off or if it's just Claire being paranoid.
Yeah, Aurora's like, come on, this is silly, but alright, fine, alright, if it'll get you out of my hair about checking on your sister, I'll come along once, and she'll like join you at one of the cafes or whatever. From like a top floor cafe as they go into a group and gathering. Let's do some rolls for her. Fucking I rolled nothing good. She doesn't see anything weird about it, in the very least. She doesn't really have skills that apply themselves to interpersonal stuff, admittedly.
Yeah, I kind of figured that, but
All her friends have
news?
dongers and they have wild secret sex orgies. No, that's not quite how it goes down, but thanks, Bun. Yeah, she doesn't detect anything particularly weird or outstanding or odd. Like, when you were first trying to get it, like, come on, just once, come along and just, see as well. She's like, after it's done, she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see any possible threats or any of that kind of stuff. Seems totally fine to me.
I'm
Looks like
gonna
a
try
student.
this same beast hackles I did before for sensing that danger.
I'm not gonna let you double down, I'm sorry.
Nah, you suck. All right. Well, I guess that's really the end of that. Then the other stuff can be resolved within this present month.
Okie dokie. Alright then, it is
Because
October. Oh,
I figured it took the entire month to do that. And,
yeah.
stalking around, didn't find anything. So, all right. Yeah, that's
She is a
pretty much all I had.
challenging enigma.
And other than that, I still have work to do, but I think I did those roles last session, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that's me.
Excellent. Alright, we are into October the 3rd. And as far...
October le mois.
Le mois. It's October le Toir. Or... Toir... No, actually, I've forgotten the month name for October. I suck. I didn't do French for a while. Probably.
That's more than I did.
Octobre.
Octobre.
I
Yeah.
did what literally every Californian did and took Spanish.
Pretty much like most American schools would only offer French or Spanish.
Yeah, no. The
My
French for
school-
October is, I'm pretty sure, October. Just
My school,
with
oddly enough,
RE instead of ER.
only offered Spanish and Latin, so I took a year of Latin, I took a year of Spanish.
Wonderful. Never did Latin.
Took a year of Spanish, and then they started offering German, so I took a year of German.
Yeah.
And then in college, I took a year or two of Japanese. So I can count to 10, like 5 different languages.
Hooray.
I can't speak a fucking lick of it, though.
I can just count to 10 in Japanese because I'm a fucking weeaboo and I took goddamn karate.
Good old karate weebs. Right. Anyway, I'll try again with this introduction. It is October the 3rd.
Yes, what do you want?
How would you like to begin this heist? It is the fresh morning. How does your day start?
The fresh evening morning.
See, it's a fresh vampire morning. Just like every day is a vampire weekend, if you try hard enough.
Yeesh. So it's like 6 o'clock.
You're in November, so yeah, 6 is pretty decently into sunset.
Just knowing, like, the weather here right now.
Yeah.
Or not the weather. Sunlight's not the weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, the sun is down by like 4 where I am.
Yeah. So,
Etienne's doing her usual thing of having... I guess to her it's lunch. She gets up before you so she can still do daytime shit for you. She's eating lunch and watching TV.
Hey, Etienne.
Yeah. What's up?
How do you feel about being a getaway driver?
Bike or car?
Preferably a car.
I will have to
Do
borrow a
you prefer
car.
bike?
I mean, I can manage with both. I definitely prefer driving a car, but I don't have one.
Got plenty to work with.
Alright. Yeah, I'll borrow one of your, I guess, a car, and hopefully it won't get, like, shot up and stuff. That'd be a hard one to explain at work.
Oh, we can just borrow a different car.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sure. I can do some getaway driving, no worries.
I mean, we're not talking New York here. We're
It's-
talking.
It's more populous than New York. It has 6 million people in it. It's actually more popular than our most populous city.
probably more spread out because
Yeah,
this thing has
it's-
suburbs and shit in it.
Yeah, this is also, designed by someone who can look at it from above and be like, alright, so putting this all in the wrong place would be fucking stupid, and hey look, there's a bunch of main roads that work in squares instead of a squiggle and pray. Yeah, no, I mean, London works, and it's fucking twice the density of San Posado. And it's also smaller. It's just,
And London does not work.
London does work, but it's just, people don't tend to drive. But even then, actually, driving is not the worst in London. It's a little bit
Even then.
over-exaggerated. I lived
Even
there.
then.
It's not fucking impossible.
London is not one city; it's many cities.
Again,
Technically.
agree to disagree. Being the English
Technically,
person.
there are many cities, city lines.
No, they're not actually called city lines, but anyway. San Posado is
Anyway.
big, but it is not shittily laid out, and it's the evening, and it's not a rush hour.
So, start driving over there.
Yep, she'll be happy to do the driving.
On the way, Etienne.
Yeah.
Why do you people hate vampires? Or not you people. I don't mean you people. Why do people hate vampires?
I guess it's because of the whole. Alright, even if you take all of the book stuff and like movies and shit out of the way, the general consensus is that vampires are, soulless evil death machines who feed on the innocent and, all that kind of shit. It's a lot of religious fervor for the most part, but
Yeah.
also you guys are.
Doesn't that
You guys, they're vampires are powerful and dangerous, and they don't die. A lot of
That
people could
kinda
do a lot of
racist,
bad
though?
with it. It is, yeah, but
like?
yeah.
These people, they're soulless monsters created by Satan. They're coming here to steal our jobs and rape our women.
Yeah, except vampires are actually powerful. I think that's where the delineation is involved. Like, vampires literally are immortal, and, they're strong, and they have magic and shit. So far as I remember from my times at the church, sure, it was very racist around there, but also no one thought that black people were wizards.
No, it's the white people who have the grand wizards.
I mean, yeah, that's different, and there probably were a few there. Anyway, no, it's a lot of religion stuff. I mean, from reading
Okay.
and learning, like, it seems vampires have their own religion thing going for them, but
I don't know.
religion starts a lot of fights, and vampires are rich and powerful. There is probably someone who has a lot to gain
Yeah,
from vampires not being
so are-
around.
Corporations.
Sure, but you can't fight a corporation, but you can fight the idea of
Eh.
certain... Okay, yes, there are definitely ways to fight like a corporation and stuff, but think of it this way. Like, there are all of these people, and what do they want to do? They want to strike back against rich, powerful individuals, but fighting against actual people is really, really hard. Fighting against what some assume to be imaginary monsters, way easier.
Except, like you said, we're powerful and
Sure, but you're not
Think
exactly
going
a large number. I mean, I've learned since now there are actually like a bunch of you guys around, but yeah, it's a lot easier to try and kill for something you believe in than just trying to kill for profit. Even if there's someone at the top who's like, I want to kill for profit.
isn't it always for profit in the end?
I mean, yeah, probably, but that's not how idealism works.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, I didn't do anything wrong.
Of course you didn't.
I've never killed a person.
Sure, I know, and then think of like religious war. There are probably like, pretty much every Muslim but a tiny sub-percentile that have done anything wrong in their lives, and then shit tons of America hates Muslims because they can. Like, vampires are a smaller subsect, but they're a small, powerful subsect, and people who are in the know can certainly think up reasons to hate them. There is probably someone who has, like, a lot to gain from vampires not being around, but I don't know. We were always told vampires were evil, and they drink blood and destroy souls and all that stuff. Heck, I believe in God and all that stuff still, but I mean, if I do lose my soul, then too little too late, I might as well enjoy myself right now.
But what's so wrong with drinking blood?
I mean, if it's just drinking blood, then, I mean, nothing, but a lot of people don't think it is just drinking blood. Heck, I remember the preacher talking about if you're bitten by the vampire, that's your immortal soul gone. I mean, you know, whatever.
That's fucked up. That's just misinformation and all that, but...
How do you think war starts?
So... education? The best?
I guess
well,
if
we can't tell these people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm sure if everyone knew that vampires just drank, like, some blood, then there would be... No, there wouldn't even be less wars, because they would just scare people who refuse to be educated.
Do we need more Twilight movies?
No, God, no.
Friendly vampires?
Well, no, because everyone thinks that those are stupid vampires, but then there are still real vampires out there that are evil and do nasty things. Heck, there was even this old people saying that, like, those shit Twilight movies were just actually a vampire plot to make vampires more trustworthy. And, I mean, is that actually... Is that the case?
I have no idea.
It could be. See what I mean? Like, information doesn't work. People are crazy.
For, you know, all we know, a vampire could be behind the whole cult thing that you got going on, trying to eliminate the competition.
Well, I mean, heck, let's face it. If people are willing to assume that the Jews own Hollywood, what's to say that the vampires don't own Hollywood? There's no one saying anything about anything. It's impossible to say.
How else, you know, would you guys know about the weaknesses and stuff of vampires and be able to make those bolts, whatever, that explode?
There are definitely, as I was saying, like, there's probably someone out there who has a lot to gain from vampires being gone, and they know a lot more than the layperson. I don't know what they have against vampires, but they probably have something they really like about money and power.
Despite having money and power themselves, presumably. You don't
presumably, yeah. But I mean, what does someone
cults without money and power?
Of course, but what does someone with money and power want? Probably more money and power. What the fuck else are they going to do with it but get bigger?
I think they'd handle it the modern way. You know, buy them out.
Maybe, but I don't think that works. Like, it's not going to work. I don't know. I don't think that just being rich is enough to stop vampires. Like, it's probably going to take evil, magic, and death and destruction and power.
Screwed up.
Yeah, I mean, if American people found out that vampires owned all the oil, then you guys would cease to exist overnight.
We own all the oil?
I don't know, actually. Maybe you do. No, there's too much sunlight where the oil is. No, you probably don't.
That's racist.
That is not racist. That's the Earth's curvature. There's a lot of oil close to where there is deserts and lots of sun.
Yeah, but you can be indoors.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is racist. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I wish I had a real good answer for you, but I don't know anyone. I never knew anyone who was in charge or important enough. I just know what we were told, and you're willing to believe a lot of things once you can see magic being done and hear that vampires really do happen and exist. Heck, when you turned me, you didn't even know that magic was a thing. And we've seen magic, and I already knew that it was a thing. And vampires and werewolves. Heck, I knew more than you did, but, I mean, I was still willing to believe the crazy shit. Yeah.
Huh.
I'm sure there's still someone out there who knows all this stuff, because it's hard to believe that one person in a church learned all that on his own. I mean, the preacher was a strong man, but he probably didn't know all of it.
There's probably someone behind all that.
Oh, that's really ominous, come to think of it.
I just hope he doesn't, figure out who took out that church.
Well, I mean, we haven't been firebombed in the last month, so that's usually a good sign. I mean, how would you deal with a vampire? Probably go burn their house down while they were asleep in the day. That hasn't happened yet, so we're okay. Admittedly, I've been keeping an eye out for that. I feel like I should really keep an eye out for that. And she makes it sure that she is definitely on the lookout for weird murder bullshit for you.
I don't know. I'd probably send cops.
Sending cops after vampires? I don't know. That sounds like a good way to get a lot of cops killed and then just let the vampire know that they're onto them.
Well, not if you make it a big public thing.
I don't know. I mean, we were never told. I guess we weren't told much about the masquerade, but they must have known about it because I think that would start like one of those vampire wars. If vampires start getting pushed out into the daylight, that they got to deal with it and deal with it like super hard. Right?
You've heard of spontaneous human combustion, right?
Oh, yeah. Holy shit, that's vampires, isn't it?
Possibly. Or what about a failed suicide bomber?
Yeah, maybe. Damn it, now I'm thinking about this stuff. Can we just go to the place we're gonna rob? And she's just turning corners and things. This is a confusing conversation.
Okay, let's just...
Yeah, I was always an underling. I never had more information than you have. Say, what is a Geist? You was pretty excited about that person at the Little Inferno.
I don't know.
Huh.
The guy can, see ghosts.
Like you?
Them. Yeah.
Huh.
That's pretty cool.
Small world.
It's not a vampire, though.
Huh. Fair enough.
Oh. Maybe he's like that John Edwards guy. Only, real.
Oh, yeah.
Not a complete sham.
Fair enough.
So how do I know he's not a sham?
I don't know. Did he prove it? FYI, yeah, he totally proved that he was looking. At one point, he was just like, "Oh yeah, the old Jewish lady. Yeah, she's around here quite a lot."
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was actually going to mention the old Jewish lady.
Yeah. That was probably like how the conversation between you started, as him being a Geist, is just like the Jewish lady is there. And you saw him talking to her. Have you seen
my grandson?
Yeah, have you seen my grandson? It's like I've just come here quite recently. I've never seen your grandson. But if I do see him, I will make sure to, let him know you're looking around for him. Can I interest you in any of our leather shows? Typical shit like that. He's obviously having a conversation with a ghost, and you see it happen. Yes, okay. Yeah. So, inevitably, you pull up in front of the house. It is, let's say, 6:45. There is plenty of nighttime ahead of you. The roads are mostly peaceful in the upper area. Etienne is perched in the car and she's doing that subtle thing of looking at her phone as though she's pulled over to take a call or something so that you're able to sneak out.
Okay.
It is a particularly gated building. I've mentioned it before, but I will reiterate the state of this place. It's like Summer Manor. It's not a full-sized mansion, but it's a very large house, and they have their own courtyard with grass. It opens out onto a road, which then moves onto the main road itself. There are neighbouring houses, but they're neighbouring in the context of I own a lot of land, so our gates don't have to touch.
Right. I will again find a spot where the video cameras do not seem to be pointing.
Okie dokie.
And hop the fence.
Excellent. I'm going to do rough ass squares for shit.
Heisting is not going to be my strong suit. I can already see it. It is not in my skill house.
It's not. It's a little bit grander scale than breaking in and stealing.
You want a fucking safe cracked? Done.
Yep.
You want me to go break into a place with people in it? This is not going to go well.
Okay. I'm going to.
But for 5 big units of money,
Yeah. You're willing to try. Anyone can be a first timer. Okay. So I'm basically going to be using these walls as just signs of obstacles past. Okay?
okay.
Like, these walls are not to scale, they're not even in the correct place, but I will move your token according to, like, passing obstacles. So first, getting over the fence where nothing is noticed. Can you please give me agility stealth? Or intelligence stealth if you're trying to sneak that way. Like, find a good spot over pick an okay spot and be quick.
I can take my time a little bit.
Alright,
So.
intelligence stealth then, please.
Intelligence. Stealth. Good thing I have at least one stealth. Gotta spend a point of willpower.
Alright.
How many dice does that add again?
2 dice if it's a willpower.
Yeah!
You got an 8.
1 success.
That's all it takes to get to that first gate, not an issue. There is a guard. I say a guard, but it's more like just a groundskeeper who also is allowed to carry a taser. He is traveling around, and like the moment that he's not looking, you're able to just sneak on over. You figure you've got about 10 minutes before he'd come back around again. You didn't leave an obvious sign when you were crossing the threshold of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Etienne's car is at the road and the lights are dimmed and she's continuing her pretend conversation. Or if you would be like to maintain in constant conversation, she could literally be talking with you as you go through. Have you notified any of your kindred companions that you are off heisting right now? Timothy might be aware of it, but does anyone else know?
No, probably not. So it's supposed to be like a big time chat,
Yeah,
notify everyone.
This was meant to be a single job.
Phone is on silent.
Okay, cool.
The screen is dimmed, so just in case it goes off, it's not going to be this bright thing.
Yeah. Because it's like a silenced phone is all well and good, but if it's a silenced phone and it lights up, you're fucked.
But
People never consider that.
Will be like tapping messages out quickly to Etienne. Basically, at every stage, letting her know that I am not getting shot to death.
Cool. She apparently has a pretty good eye on the situation, so if something comes that might disrupt you, she's ready for it at the very least, and we'll let you know quite quickly. Okay then. Say, this is totally an aside, but Timothy, you know that Rose is out heisting today. Is there anything you would like to try and do, like, passively from the side? Maybe she wouldn't even be aware that you're helping to perhaps fuck with the police. Or maybe do some closer range hacking, because I'm not going to stop you from acting independently. Like, you know that Rose is going out tonight. You could, in all theories, fuck around in any way you want. You could help her, you could hinder her. I don't know why you would ever want to hinder her, but you have that capability. You have that knowledge.
Yes.
This'll teach you for not joining the Invictus, you bitch.
That was exactly where I was going to go. No, he's not that petty and vengeful. At least not about that. Can you show me, like, the overworld map?
Of course.
So...
You see this red splodge up here? That is currently where Rose is at. She's quite close to pack territory.
Yeah, and actually quite close to some of our active police patrols.
Well, she's in a region that has heavy police patrols. She's actually on the outer skirts of where active patrols occur. But they probably do have pretty good police coverage in like the rich district. Just not actively patrolling so much as they have a very good response time, if that makes any sense. Like, they don't want to disrupt them with police cars driving around at all fucking hours because they'd get complained at by elderly people who don't know any better. But a response time that's very high is quite likely.
Yeah, that's something that I might be able to do. So I'm gonna have to ask you if this is even a possible thing, because I don't know if this would be. But could Tim possibly set up some sort of program or whatever that just spams that police department's dispatch office with prank calls?
You want to essentially do some kind of like vocal DDoSing? Okay, I mean, it would take an investment of time, and you'd have to do it from a location that you're quite happy with being raided afterwards, because it would probably be weird trying to make, like, it would be some kind of movie tier hacking to make, like, people's home locations start making calls out to police dispatch switches. You could certainly just go break into a house and then hook their phone up to just keep on fucking calling the police and dropping spam phone calls in. It would get some random person, well, I wouldn't even say in trouble because their home was broken into to do this. It would involve fucking with a random person, but you could do it that way.
Yeah, just trying to think if there's any random person that deserves to be fucked with, especially.
Well, I'll say that if it's in the poor district, they will ignore it. They'll just block the number. If it's in the skyrise, it's quite likely that they have to pay attention every time a call comes in, because dispatches they do actually have priorities, unless it operates differently in America to the UK. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but if it comes from a location that is considered to have a lot of high-rise important buildings in it, calls that go through there at the same time as poor person calls, the rich person calls happen first. It's literally how a switchboard works in the police. Because they have no money. Because the government. That's an entirely long different story, but yes, you would posit that going to the skyrise, breaking into a house somewhere around there and making a lot of prank calls go out, or not even prank calls, just false messages go out, that would be the more efficient than any other location. Maybe the upper district, but you don't want to fuck with the upper district because that's where the robbery is happening right now.
You just redirect the call through, various proxies.
That's difficult, whereas you could just break into a house, which for a vampire is very easy. Just go into a house and then make it so that their phone call constantly calls a switchboard. If you want to do like some weird proxy thing, I'll let you do it, but you need an exceptional success on a computer's test.
I mean, I could try that.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you crit
spend
fish.
some willpower.
Yeah, I'll let you crit fish for that.
If it doesn't, I should probably do the break-in first.
The break-in is the easier check.
Yeah, it's just if I screw up with setting up proxies and so on, then they're probably going to be able to work out where I did that from. At least I would think so.
Yeah. You might want to set that up ahead of time next time.
Yeah, but helping Rose makes a lot of sense to do. I just hadn't thought of it.
Yeah, it's probably Tim wakes up in the morning like, oh yeah, Rose is doing a robbery. Maybe I can help her. So you casual vampire everyday shit. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
say, like the break-in
does owe her a capital F favor.
He does owe her a capital F favor, although I think that those favors have to be asked for. Just helping someone when they don't ask for it and going, there's your favor, is generally considered incredibly bad form. Let's think here. Yes, you could try and do the proxies. Wherever you set it from, if you fuck up, would be liable to then be investigated by the police, because that's the kind of shit that happens. Breaking in is easy, although it's a very easy check to break into a place. It would be breaking into a place in the Skyrise sector, which has PMC, and they are not as polite as the police.
Yeah.
So there are different types of risks. One is an easier check with a higher danger rating, and one is a harder check with just deal with the police.
I think I'm gonna go with the doing the proxy thing.
Okie dokie.
But McDonald's have Wi-Fi, right?
They do have Wi-Fi, yes.
So go there and
Yeah, sure, if you fuck up, the cost
Set
is
it up
just, I
back.
guess, the laptop that you're failing from is totally reasonable. Give it a go.
yeah. So I'll spend a point of willpower, get my +3 dice.
Yep, and also I'll give you an extra +1 because your underling vampire thinks that this sounds interesting and will help you out.
Cool.
And he, although not a hacker, he's particularly good at that stuff. Ooh. 3 successes in fucking 9 dice. That hurts.
It's about statistically correct.
It is.
Same.
I think 4 successes is statistically, because it's 8, 9, 10 in 9 dice. 3 and 9.
Yeah, that's less than
30% chance.
Is it directly 30% or is it 36?
Three sides of a 10-sided die.
Yes, but 1 is
Or
the minimum you
success.
can roll on a die as opposed to 0.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
But
1 through
10
10.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I did mention that I'm quite a few beers deep. Anyway, okay. As far as you're aware, police will catch on to this disruption relatively quickly, but you will be disrupting them for roll me 1d6. $40 minutes. I will keep that in account for Rosa's escapade, and assuming you start at probably not like immediately when she starts at 7:15, say 7 o'clock. You can buy her a lot of time.
Sure.
Yes, you also will not want to stay at that particular McDonald's.
Go to a Burger King next.
Yeah, I don't know, how was
Or
American
stop
Burger
at a
King?
Starbucks.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's San Posado is literally one of those cities that never sleeps, so there's going to be anything open at this time. I could really go for food. I've done that thing where I forget to eat today again.
God damn it,
Hooray!
Scan.
I could really go for food as well, but I
To be fair, I haven't eaten either.
Yeah.
Yes, Stray, but you have a bit of an excuse being like even 4 hours behind Scow's internal clock.
It's
But
20 to
Scow's
9.
been awake way earlier than I have, though.
I really wish I could take that ability to forget to eat from you.
It's something I'd be okay with trading. I mean, right now it works hand in hand with the poverty diet.
Yeah, I just forget to sleep. Well, I forget to sleep too, but I forget to eat a lot. Like, I didn't eat yesterday either.
Yeah. Beer is food, right?
Hey,
I'll just steal that from both of you, and you can have my, I eat when I'm bored.
Oh god, no, that was a habit I had in my old working days. Eating when you're bored is the worst thing ever. I started vaping so that I wouldn't snack while I was bored.
Well,
Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Should I get a vapor?
Yeah, just get a no nicotine one, and it fucking works. Make sure it's no nick, though. Otherwise you just pick up a new fucking addiction.
And my dudes, liquor comes from grain. Grain makes bread, ergo 'tis food.
You know what? Give standing
What's
ovation.
it? Mother's milk. It's got enough vitamins, proteins, and all that to sustain a working person.
Yeah.
They serve
And
it
also-
in Janestown.
Yeah, it's the man they call Jane.
Yeah.
Jane, the man they call Jane. Alright.
Yeah.
Robbed from the rich, and he gave to the
poor.
poor.
Stood
Stood
up
up to the man, and he gave him what for. Our love for him now ain't hard to explain. The hero of Canton, the man they call Jane.
I got that in because of the delay between two people speaking on Discord. I actually just got that in like stereo. Well played.
Jane saw the mother's back. No.
No. Moving on. Okay, so it would appear that you have been bought 40 minutes. You're aware that you've been bought 40 minutes, but if you fuck up, then the police aren't going to ruin you immediately.
Alright, Mers, you've purchased 40 minutes. I guess that makes me a hooker now.
Alright, Timothy would tell Rose. So, Rose, you've been just, like, at some point when your heist is, like, 15 minutes in or so, there is one of those silent buzzers from Timothy Lee that's like, by the way, lol, hacked police, you're okay for 40 minutes. I don't know how Timothy texts, actually. Maybe he uses emojis.
Just complete everything's an emoji. It's like trying to figure out charades. I don't know. I'm just super.
There you go. I'm proud of myself for how terrible that is.
Wow.
I even colonized some Kappa. Okay, so yes, you're now looking at the main building for this manor. You have about 10 minutes until the person patrolling the grounds does his circuit. We'll come back around again where you've entered. You've been informed by Timothy Lee. You've got about 40 minutes of possible fuck-up time that you are free of the police for. How are you going to get in?
Quick recap. Was I told where this artifact is?
You just know that it's inside the building, I'm afraid.
Fucking fuck.
Yeah, they do not have the floor plans to it. There is the ground floor of the front door. There are a number of windows. Yeah, there are a number of windows that will get you into the ground floor. Let's think here. There is like a standing like garden balcony in a couple of second floor positions. You might be quite close to one of them.
Artifact?
Pardon, sorry?
What was the artifact again?
I don't remember myself, so I'm going to say that it is an antique sword.
Antique sword.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let's go in. Window. Bottom floor.
Okay, cool. Give me a chance die first of all, just see if it's just unlocked looking at it. It's not very likely, but you never know.
I ain't taking that chance.
Alright, you're just going to use your what the fuck it is
I'm going to use my power, because I don't know what kind of alarm system they've got going on the windows. You can't always see that shit from the outside.
Very true. And your power, like, ignores alarms, if I'm correct. Like, it disconnects alarms from it and then opens it.
It will not trigger alarms.
Alright, give it a go. But also, do give me a chance die just for the sake of some other reason that I'm not going to tell you. Okay.
It's not a crit failure, so...
Correct. I was anti-crit fishing for you. Alright, so you're able to open up that window, no problem. It slides on up. The building itself is rich indoors, like it smells cinnamony and nice and lovely. Oh, wait, was that actually using your power? I forgot that you had to roll for it.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, you open up the window. You do not have directive control over the window, forcing it to be locked to your will or whatever the fuck it was. But the window opens. And yes, getting inside there is like a. It smells like cinnamon candles, and it's quite nicely appointed. They don't have very comfortable looking furniture. Like, it obviously looks really nice, but if you wanted to sit in it for like more than a couple of hours, it would suck.
I don't. I kind of want to get out of here in like 40 minutes.
All right, yep, that's cool. All right, give me a wits composure, please.
Composure. What's it? Trained observer count?
Yes. Let's have a look here.
Not rolling well today.
Not rolling particularly high, but I mean, you're making it. You're surviving. You succeeded on the very last dice, and then rolled a +5. Okay. The dining room itself has no antique swords hanging around. There is actually some quite nice looking artwork on a mantelpiece above a fireplace that is currently inactive. If you wanted to nick that, that might be worth pawning.
I ain't got the space for artwork.
Just making sure you're aware of it.
Paintings.
On like the other side of an attaching doorway that probably leads into a foyer with staircases that go up and like to other rooms on the ground floor, you can hear footsteps. Or more than that, you can hear like high heels clacking onto a wooden floor, and someone is talking on a phone about inane fucking nonsense that I can't be bothered to roleplay.
All right. You said that's on which floor?
It would be in the foyer on the ground floor, like through the door from where you've entered.
All right. I'm gonna try and go up a floor.
Okay then. How do you want to go up a floor? As I say, like the foyer has the stairs up into the next floor.
Is that the only place with the stairs up, or?
It's the only way connected to the lounge where you've broken in. Yes.
Can I get to the kitchen from here?
Give me a chance.
I will dumbwaiter it up.
Okay, no. It appears to be a rather large space with one entry doorway that leads to a foyer, and then it's also got a doorway that leads out onto a back conservatory that's currently lit by nice little candle things. Probably where the smell is coming from, actually.
Oh, shit. Alright, I'll wait for the chick in the foyer to leave. The foyer. Watch her, see.
It takes her a minute of phone conversation, and then you can hear her click clack. And I'm gonna leave the coin flip to you whether she goes upstairs or into another room. Can you roll me a 1d2, please? 1 is upstairs, 2 is to another room. All right. You can hear like the click clacking stop on wooden floors, and then the sound elevates distinctly. It sounds like someone going up a set of stairs.
I don't want to have to try and use my dominate power again.
But you're so good at it.
I'm so good at failing. Fucking hell. But the foyer is open now.
Correct. You can move out onto the foyer. Would you like to give me an Agi stealth test, please? I would give you a natural +1 just because you know to be careful and you've heard people walking away. So it's not like you're going into this place unprepared.
Dex stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you make it out onto the foyer. It is quiet and abandoned. You can actually like see the swish of someone's very fancy cocktail dress as they disappear upstairs. Off to the left, you can see what might be another living space, but it appears to be smaller, connected to a kitchen. Up ahead of you, behind, it looks like it leads to some kind of I don't know what those rooms are called. They're sort of like really big studies. It just looks like a big study.
Studies?
Yeah, it just looks like a particularly large study.
An office?
Yeah, it's an office. There's probably actually that's going to be where all the computers and shit are, so it's an office.
Alright, check. Take a quick glance in there.
All right, what's composure?
Hard to find a freaking sword. Pretty hard with one eye, apparently. Ah,
Okay, well, you don't see any.
I do not want to turn that into a
You don't. All right. Okay.
dramatic failure, by the way.
That's fine. You don't see any swords. You also don't see anything of importance in there. It just looks like a living study. There is a computer sat up on a desk. There is a bookshelf with some other random shit. There's a couple of swivelly office-looking chairs and a miniature fridge.
Anything in the mini fridge?
There would appear to be a couple of bottles of like porter and a snack bag of like green tea cookies.
Oh, moving on to the next room, I guess.
Okay then. Into the other room. You're technically underneath a bedroom right now, so I think you can probably hear footsteps above you in another occupied room. It sounds like more than one.
Terrible soundproofing in this place.
It's a lot. It's like high heels on wooden floor, so you imagine if it weren't for the if there's no carpet up there, so there's a lot of traveling through the everything. If they were like, wearing slippers or walking on a rug or something, it'd be fine. In fact, they probably walk onto a rug and off of it again, so every now and again you'll hear footsteps on wood and then nothing, and then footsteps on wood again, but further away.
Ooh, spooky ghost.
Spoopy ghost heels! Okay, in this next room, you can actually see something that looks quite useful. This is a smaller living space. It's got a wider looking chair for sitting and viewing, and there is a miniature stage with like a speaker system and a microphone stand. And along the side of the wall is a bunch of objets d'art. Let's have a look. This is one of 3 possible locations. Give me a chance die. If you nail it, then it's in this location. You won't have to make your way through the rest of the building. Like, it's inevitable that you will reach it. It's whether you reach it last, first, or second. Okay, so it's not in this room right now. When you're looking around...
Was the computer room a potential?
The computer room was not a potential, no.
It's nice to know the potential. It's like a video game.
Yeah. I feel like telling you this kind of stuff, it doesn't harm the setting at all, but knowing what your chance dice are rolling for is kind of nice, as opposed to roll a chance die and then nothing happens. We're like, nothing happens! That's fun only sometimes for me. Sometimes it is hilarious to me. In this case, it's pointless. Okay, so you don't find anything useful here. Well, I say you don't find anything useful. There are some smaller pieces you might be able to pocket for stealing and selling. Let's see here. There is what looks like an old carved wooden globe, but it is very old looking. Like, it's very rough shod. Hands of
Yes, I'll just
this.
pick up this fucking globe and cart it around.
Hey, I didn't finish describing. I say globe, I mean it's probably about the size of an apple, and it is made of old carved wood, but it's also appears to be lined with a semi-shining metal.
Is it prominent?
It definitely it stands out along its wall of objet d'art.
Too risky. If I
Nope. Okay.
I'll keep it in mind if I come back out this way.
All right then. So you're back into the main foyer bit, and I'm gonna.
Oh, is that the only place upstairs?
There's only a place in like the floor. Like it's connected to a kitchen, but you can check the kitchen if you would like to.
Oh, I am still on the ground floor. Okay. Is that right?
Pardon me, sorry?
That was on the ground floor?
That was the ground floor. Top
I
floor
guess
is gonna have a couple more rooms, and it's gonna have bedrooms. Okay, and according to my super sneaker, it's GM roll. Someone has moved around upstairs. I'm just gonna go with the 1 success stealth roll, unless you do anything particularly special besides walking quietly.
Just keeping it an eye out, huh? Or,
you get -1 modifier for pun. No, as if
Right.
I would only give people benefits for terrible puns.
keeping an eye out for anybody moving around. Can't
Alright.
always judge by the click because there might be someone
Walking
in,
around in not
sneakers or
heels.
socks.
Yeah, it's like also the master of the house likes to walk around in heels. It
Could be like
makes him feel pretty.
she's just got home and wants to hop out of her heels and into her jammies.
Good call. Good call. That's totally not a thing that's could. No, okay, maybe it was in my mind, but
if
like for the sound of
find
high
her-
heels to stop, and then for them to then just be fucking on you, possibly.
If I find her in her jammies, I might have to go and try for a foursome.
Well, okay. When you're
I
up on
might have to try and collect a harem.
the, make a harem. The rose harem. All right. There are 4 rooms up on this foyer landing. There is one like either side of a staircase. One of them looks like quite a large room. Maybe it's got an attached bathroom. The other 3 you aren't sure at a glance. You would have to open the door and look inside to know.
Which direction did the woman go?
It would appear that you heard her footsteps here. Like, I'm pointing very vaguely, but this room here represents one that was
Right.
like directly above you. And then the footsteps moved to another room.
Is that the room that I can see?
It's on your left, and yes, it was probably attached to a bathroom.
Okay, so I'll go into one of the others.
Okie dokie then.
Let's say points. I can find that one.
Sure, okay. It's like the very next room on the foyer that you can go up to. There is no obvious signage to what's inside it. And when you test the door, you can see there is a keyhole beneath, and the door doesn't immediately open up. The action on the handle is smooth and quiet, so your attempt at the door doesn't rattle it or make any screechy noises or anything of that sort, but it is not immediately openable.
Pause. Listen intently.
Okay. You can give me a separate wits composure. Trained observer still applies. Alright. You hear a low humming sound like a small motor working. The room itself feels quite cold.
Do I smell hospital? Like antiseptic?
Yes, there is an antiseptic smell to that room.
Someone is on life support.
An interesting theory.
It's about all I could think for a motor.
Yeah, a locked room.
Odd. I don't want to risk alerting the person in there. So, go to the other one then.
Okay, it's slightly further down the hallway. And I'm going to do my secret GM roll to see if the other person has moved in their room. Fucking, they stay in their room. Okay.
We'll just start masturbating. They're home from work. They're in their jammies.
They're in the she's moved on to like the silk negligee and is just going to
Gotta
town
chill
on that
out
pussy.
now.
Okay, so you're in another room.
Or penis, you don't know.
I mean, she's very in this icon, very feminine lady. But yes, you're right. I don't know.
She could be a very feminine lady. That doesn't mean she
That's
doesn't
very.
have
You know what? That's
penis.
very true. I can only hope that I am such a feminine lady with still a relatively decent penis. Strange statement. Yes, okay. So in this next room, it is another one of these quite nicely appointed rooms. It looks like a smaller collector's room. There is like an old anatomical statue, and it's got pieces of like leather clothing and garbs on it. You don't have any knowledge of like old occult shit or any old kindred shit, do you?
Nah.
No. Okay.
I don't even believe half this shit exists.
Okay, so none of it rings a bell in any kind of natural semblance. But do you want to make a skill check to appraise any of these? Do you have any skills relevant to that?
What do you want? Crafts, larceny, streetwise.
Let's have a thinky think. Give me a
Crafts is usually like an appraisal thing.
yeah. Give me crafts. Intelligence crafts. Okay. A lot of the stuff in here is particularly old. Even the garments that look like they're made of like thin silks or thin cloths are very delicate and aged. Like it looks like being in the sunlight has leached some of the color out of them. But you know they've been hung very carefully on mannequins made to have like quite broad features, so that they've got a large surface area on the clothing. So it's not like hanging on a very fine point that would possibly damage it or stretch it over time. Yeah, it's very carefully maintained, very old-looking, like fancy clothing. And can you give me a 1d10, please?
I'll run out of here with a whole fucking mannequin.
Yeah, can you give me a 1d10, please? And we'll see if the sword is here. Damn, it's going to be the last room. That's unfortunate for you.
Now, is that going to be the room that the woman is in, or the room with the machine guy?
I won't tell.
Alright. That's,
Do you want to take anything out of this room? There might be something small enough that you could try and bung in a bag.
Sure. Something unobtrusive. Small, put in the bag. Might not be noticed immediately. Like, not any of the negligees, because who wants to wear a shitty old negligee when you can,
get
a
really hot one off eBay. It's all lacy.
With my 5,
Yeah, you spend a favor token
units.
on a whole favor token on just Ann Summers purchases. Sure. No, okay. Yeah, alright. There is a shelf of slightly older looking things, and there's a particularly a nice looking eyepiece. It looks like old school from the 30s, sort of. Almost a monocle, but it's got a magnified lens that you can click into place. But it's like that. What are you?
Fucking monocle for the one-eyed girl.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. It's not only that; it is indeed a eyepiece with like a click-in like lens, so that it provides additional magnification, and it's like old classy bronzes, and it looks really nice. It would probably sell for a decent piece, or yes, you could use it as a monocle.
Oh, why not?
I hadn't even actually thought of that. Yes, yeah, you can totally steal the shit out of a brass monocle. Or, well, antique monocle, I guess is the best way to describe that. So you can add that to your sheet wherever the fuck you keep track of items. I don't care. Alright. And now you're faced with a choice. A bedroom, or the other room that may or may not be a bedroom, but is cool and sounds like a motor and is locked.
I know the woman went into the bedroom.
Yes, and has not
I'm gonna
currently left it.
carefully open the one with the motor.
Okay.
Oh, fuck you.
Alright, as I say, the door is locked. Would you like to use picks, or are you going to use your spooper spell? Well, it depends how you want to open it. Okay.
It's doubtful that they'll have like a security system in the house.
That's fine. That's fine.
I do have sleight of hand, so I can do it really quickly.
Excellent. I mean, if you fuck it up, it makes noise.
Dexterity.
Larceny.
9 again.
So good at sneaky thiefy. Oh
Can
no!
I spend a point of? Can I spend a point of willpower?
You're meant to do it before the fact, but alright, sure. Oh no, you can do it after. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Just fucking barely. Just fucking barely.
That
Like,
is the story of this session.
it's the story of Rose, honestly, in a lot of cases.
Barely.
Just fucking barely. So, like, when you're doing the picks on this door, like, like, the door looks ornate and old. The lock in it is modern as fuck. So, like, your pick slips in your hands, and like, this doesn't, you know, it doesn't make sense. Why does the door look like this? And you realize that it's obscuring a relatively high-tech, quite nice-looking lock. It's a very complicated key piece.
You know, that brings down the resale value of the home.
Well, it's hidden inside an antique door, and probably has an antique-looking key, but, you know.
You modified the antique door.
They presumably don't
resale
care.
values
Yes.
gone down.
You'll see why they presumably don't care, because you do get that lock unpicked, and the door...
Peek in.
Okay. So, just looking into the room, like, you can feel, like, a wash of cool across your face. Like, the inside of this room isn't just being cooled, it's being refrigerated, actually. Up against a wall is, like, it looks like a biologist's standing specimen until you realise that it is quite literally a standing specimen. It is an opened human. Or at least looks human to you. You're not a biologist. Although you could certainly try and make skills. They are open. There's no, like, blood pouring out or glistening, but it is quite clearly an open humanoid display. There is a number of surgical tools up against one wall. There is a cabinet across another one that is, like, made of brushed steel. You can see that there are a number of other scientific devices made for biological study there. There is also a rack in the wall like you would see in a morgue.
There are swords.
There, you don't see a sword, actually, no. There is a chest built into one wall. In fact, there are just a number of closed containers that are of a purpose that is indiscernible without checking inside their contents.
There is an open human here. I am not opening any chests.
They aren't human-sized chests, if that's any consolation.
But body parts. Body parts. No. I'm gonna close this door.
Okay then.
Reach around, relock it from the inside, and then shut the door.
Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll let you do that. That's fine. Yeah, when you reach behind the door itself, you can see where the latch is. You can just turn it to the auto lock position again, and when the door shuts, you can hear the latch fall into place.
I guess I'm gonna have to spy on masturbating lady.
One sec, I'm gonna do a fucking GM roll. Son of a bitch. Okay.
She still hasn't moved.
Not only is she not moved, when you reach the doorway, you can hear a soft, like, just a sighing, like a hitching of breath occasionally.
Let's fucking masturbate to, like, here. There's a fucking dead body strung up 2 frames away.
Fuck. Give me, by the way, like, in fact, you're a trained observer. There are, like, paintings and stuff on the walls in this portion of the foyer where, you know, it opens up onto the second landing. You can see a rather young, beautiful, blonde-haired woman sort of wearing a red wedding dress and looking mildly uncomfortable, like, next to an older gentleman of, like, stern gaze and solid features. Can you give me a wits composure? Fuck
Boom.
off! I cannot even believe this shit.
Ah, look at that.
I give you 1 inch and you immediately roll a mile.
I know everything.
You can see it like it's a very subtle feature on this mature looking gentleman, but there is like a peeking at his lips, and you can see the edges of slightly sharpened teeth. This is indeed a painting and not some kind of photograph, which is, as far as you're aware, the only way to have a picture of the Kindred without it completely being a fucking abomination. You're pretty sure you're looking at a Kindred?
Which one?
The male. Fucking fuck.
It's a portrait, right? Not a picture.
Oh, it's a painting. But it is
Yeah.
like a wedding painting.
Hmm.
The woman, by the way, I will add, does not look very kindredy.
Does she look like the blonde?
Yeah, she looks like that token. You didn't ever see the woman yourself, but, you know, whenever you encounter her, she'll look like that.
Well, it's interesting. I will take a peek inside the bedroom, make sure she's not looking.
Alright, at your peak, you can see that her attention is generally directed elsewhere. There is a bed up against the wall. It's a very ornate, poster-looking bed. It's obviously, you know, large enough for two, but she is alone in the room and tending to her own personal needs. She has a small toy in one hand, and from where you're peeking, you can see just about everything between spread legs and knees up.
Can I see a sword?
Well, no,
Hanging
she does
above.
not. She does not have a penis. No.
Is
No,
there
there
a
is-
sword
there-
hanging over the bed?
Not over the bed,
Hanging
but up
back.
against the wall there is another painting of a very familiar-looking gentleman, but this time it's like the style is undeniably older, and it's sort of very conquistador-looking, and that painting shows this person with like a sword like belted at the hip, and then below it there is indeed a very similar looking antique sword and like some, although very desiccated by this point, like some riding boots and like various accoutrements belonging to what would be a conquistador's outfit. There is no, I will add, there's also no painting of the woman alongside this particularly old Kindred.
The temptation to try and talk to her and wife with her is strong.
Right now,
Wow.
she is occupied. I rolled a 2 on my chances for her doing anything. If it was a 1, she'd have just been bent over facing the fucking pillow and you could have walked around her. She is, at this, with a 2, very occupied.
Alright. Carefully sneak in, grab the sword, and grab her dress. Why not?
Okay.
Nah, I'm not a monster. I won't grab her dress.
Yeah, if you say so. Give me a stealth.
Dexterity. I will spend a point of willpower on this.
Okay.
Which I think gives me 3 since I do it beforehand.
If you're doing it preemptively, then yes, you have additional dice.
So,
Would you like to make this a critical fail?
I'm thinking. No.
Alright, so it's just an average failure. Alright, you're about halfway into the room when she sort of just catches you out of the corner of her eyes, and she pauses and gasps, and you're not quite sure if the gasp is surprise or because she was just that close. She'll be leant back in her bed and staring at you, and then she'll gnaw on her lip and be like, who are you? And then she'll start like rummaging around to look for clothes, but she hasn't left any in easy reach, and she's on top of the covers of her bed, so she can't even pull those up. So she just sort of like crosses her legs over.
I will toss the dress at her.
She looks a little bit too stunned to grab it, but like, you know, it lands across her body. Who are you?
And, who am I? What's his name? What's the name? I have a name. It's on the tip of my tongue. That's not gonna work. Shit. I'm I'm uh hi.
Uh, who are you? And then she'll just sort of scrunch she'll reach for the dress now and sort of press it against her chest, covering perfect round voluptuous curves. Pale skin, light makeup, very much a beautiful woman.
I'm West.
Okay, Miss West, what are you doing in this room? And what are you doing in this room?
Uh, one, I'm a locksmith, and two, I'm a locksmith.
That doesn't. I wasn't
Right,
expecting anyone in the.
Naked gun joke.
I didn't. I'm a little bit shocked for references. Wasn't expecting anyone else in the house tonight.
I don't imagine you were.
I've it you know, husband away for a while, and why are you in this house?
Don't panic. I'm here to steal the sword.
And why are you here to steal a sword?
Because it's my job.
Someone is paying you to steal an old sword.
Yes.
I'm not sure why.
I don't ask questions.
I'm going to call the police now. She just looks.
You are not gonna
uncom-
call. I'm gonna wave my hand Jedi style and say, "You are not going to call for help." And try and dominate.
All right.
Presence expression.
By Calvin Klein.
Dominate. Spend the fucking willpower for 3.
How much willpower have you spent?
Almost all of it. I only have 1 left.
I mean, you'll earn 1 for completing the mission, so that's nice. By the way, Tim, I believe you get 1 for doing a side gifty when you didn't need to do.
I'm sorry this is taking so long.
That's fine. This is interesting.
No, it's good, dude. I'm enjoying myself.
Fucking, I cannot
Nice.
believe how much of a struggle that was for you.
Just skating by.
You pulled a college. It was on your very first dice. The 3 extra dice were not necessary. Anyway, she'd be like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't need to call them. I mean, I wasn't going to call them anyway. I don't know what to do in this situation. I was occupied. And as I said, I wasn't expecting you to come by. I should probably tell someone, even if I don't call the police. She looks a little bit confused because her brain is now dealing with conflicting messages, and she was very close to coming. Her brain is in about as frazzled a state as it gets.
What was that last part?
Her brain is in a particularly frazzled state because she was quite close before this disruption, and also she has now been given a conflicting message, which was, I'm going to call the police. No, you're not. She's like, I'm not. What else was I going to do?
Feminine blue balls.
I am going to place a hand on the sword. Jedi mind wave. Say, forget I was ever here.
I mean, sure. Yeah, okay. She just looks at you expectantly. She still looks concerned at your presence, but you're pretty certain that when you leave, she'll forget that you were there.
And slowly, awkwardly back out. Closed door behind me.
Okay. A few moments after, like, the door closes, you can hear, like, just a rustling around. She'll be like, where's my dress here? Oh, there you've gone. And very quickly returning to business because she totally forgot that you just came in or anything happened.
That was awkward. Oh, damn it. I should have taken a picture with my cell phone and sent it to Etienne.
Does
Too
your
late.
dominate end now that you're outside
God,
of mind? Yeah. You could spend a willpower to try and do that again.
No,
Like peek in.
no.
By the way, don't mind me taking a picture. I won't mind you taking a picture.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay. It is not a challenge for you to leave the building. It is quiet. Etienne warned you that there's someone passing by, like the front door, the window that you came in by, and then lets you know when it's safe to go back out again. You're able to go back out. You were in there for about, I would say, 25 minutes because you're probably walking quite slowly and quietly, as opposed to just like from room to room to room, where we sort of skipped over that interim.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, you're coming up into fucking 7:30-ish. And you're able to hop the fence once you got an opening and back into the car. Etienne looks at you and is like, so, did you get the thing you're after?
It's an old sword.
Huh, it does look like an old sword. I'd like to look, but I should probably go. And she'll start the car up and drive.
And I will like casually stroll up to the vehicle, trying not to, give away anything.
Yeah, you play it cool. And she realizes you're playing it cool.
Sword wrapped up in like a cloth. So I would have come prepared with a cloth for a sword.
Yep. Yeah, it's as I say, it's a very old Spanish-looking sword, like like a conquistador would have wielded on their belt. It's currently in a scabbard right now. Do you open it up and inspect it further, or do you just leave it as it is?
Do the normal thing of like popping it open a little bit.
Yep, it pops open in a fluid motion. You can see that the blade is still razor sharp, and there is a number of like runic sigils and maybe some Latin has been scribed into just above the hilt, like where hilt goes to blade. Sorry, above the guard. Right at the base of the blade, there is some Latin or some runes or something. Looks like a name, maybe. However, it is. The blade itself is dark. Like, you would expect to be looking at relatively shiny metal considering it's in good nick and it's razor sharp. But no, there's like a murky tint to it. Like a reddy, rusty tinge to it. Like as though it were just made of old blood. But, I mean, that shouldn't be how metal reacts to having blood on it. It doesn't discolor like stone or paper or something like that. But it certainly seems to have done the same here.
Okay. Interesting. Close up down and get us home.
Okie dokie. The drive home is peaceful. Etienne will ask you how it went in there. Like, what was it like in there? Was it big and rich and stuff?
Yeah. A lot of fancy stuff.
Did you get anything else but the sword?
Monocle.
Monocle. Ha! Right, because you have one eye. That's funny.
Yeah, that's what I picked up.
She seems bemused by this idea, and she'll ask you random details about the heist, like, did you have to ice anyone or any of that shit?
Can you not say that one?
What do you mean?
Something fucky was going on there.
People were fucking?
Only one.
What? Like, she said it as though it were a joke, and now she just looks mildly confused.
I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
Because this next part's going to put you off immediately.
Wait, did you have like a creepy moment followed by like a sexy moment then, or the other way around?
Yeah.
That's like trying to have sex after watching monster movies.
Yeah, well, usually that's alright.
Depends on the movie. As far as you remember, she's a little bit of a baby around monster movies. I mean, she's seen monsters and hasn't freaked out, but monster movies, not a big fan.
It's because, movies aren't realistic.
Yeah.
I think I might have figured out why some people harbor resentment towards vampires.
Why would that be?
I'm pretty sure that was a vampire's mansion.
Oh shit! Wait. Have you like pissed off an elder or something?
People who hired me pissed off an elder.
Is that how they'll look at it?
I'm just a tool.
You're not a tool, you're a sweetie. She'll smile at you as you
No,
turn a curve.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Besides, no camera footage, nothing like that. No fingerprints.
Nobody saw you?
Nobody's gonna remember me.
That's not the same thing, is it? What happened?
I walked in on a chick with, Mr. Happy.
Oh. Wait, what? How did you get yourself out of that situation?
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier.
Oh, right. And then she was like, you will not remember me watching you masturbate. And she does the Jedi. Exactly, like pretty much the fucking identical hand motion is the joke.
Yeah. Spoopy vampire tricks.
Shit, can you teach me that trick? That seems like it'd be real useful. Like, you will give me half
Actually,
off
I
of
think
these
I
vegetables. Fucking sweet.
You might be better at it than I am. It's like Ah, it's very difficult for me. Not my strongest suit.
Huh. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. If you can teach me how to do that, that'd be the coolest thing ever. I need to see if ghouls can learn vampire tricks now.
They can learn disciplines. I don't know if they can learn the special ones.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say like because
just
stuff that costs blood might not
no,
work
they
for them.
use the vampire blood.
Oh right, yeah.
They
So I guess
can't-
if she gets juiced up on Rose, then she might be able to go Jediing afterwards.
They can't use bloodline powers, but they can use disciplines, which means they can use dominate.
Fucking hell, you can teach
Well-
you could teach Etienne how to Jedi mind trick people as long as she's
Okay.
mildly high on vampire blood.
I was looking this shit up for ghoulifying one of Cassandra's friends.
Yep.
I think typically most schools learn like resilience, vigor, or celerity. But yeah, they can learn anything.
Shit, she would love to learn how to Jedi mind trick people. She also asks if you'll be able to teach her to make shit float, because reaching the top shelf would be wonderful.
No, I can't make stuff float.
But the mind, I can literally be like, you all have sex with me and then totally forget about it. Right, like that? Did you do that? She like narrows her eyes at you.
No,
Huh,
I don't think I've ever done that.
good.
Not that I remember. What if somebody used it on
Maybe
me?
so, yeah. Wait, could I use it on you? That'd be
I would
weird.
prefer that you didn't.
I mean, I wouldn't, but I mean, does it work like that? If you teach me to dominate, can I dominate you? I can dominate you. That's different.
You can try.
Look, everyone appreciates a switch every now and again. She'll give you the look. Very brightly, you said you were willing to switch it up
Yes.
every once in a while, so yes. You know that she's totally willing and able.
I will lick my lips as I look at her and say, I know which one you're going to be tonight.
She gives you like that sort of like, damn it. But you know she's into it. It's all good. Alright. Say DCL, are you still here and present?
You're going to have to ping him.
Oh, is he needs booping?
Bro, he's not in the... Dude,
Yeah.
he's not even in the chat anymore.
Oh, he's peaced out.
Yeah, dude left.
Boo. Oh, he's doing more work.
He said to ping him if when it's his turn again.
Yes.
Yo, we're gonna return to the adventures of Zaire for a few minutes just to see what you do next.
Okay.
So, in brief, Rose went into a building, did a break-in, found a woman masturbating, no big deal, stole an old conquistador's sword.
Wait, did the masturbation part actually happen?
Yeah, that happened.
Yes.
Oh, wow. I knew there was a break-in going in, but way to make time for the important things.
Yeah, it happened.
It wasn't my fault.
Yeah,
The person I
GM
was
rolled.
stealing from was masturbating.
Yeah, they thought they had the house to themselves, and when they made jokes about masturbating, I was like, oh, fine, I'll run the 1d4 in my GM rolls. And I rolled, yeah, actually, she's quite distracted. And I was like, how's she distracted? I guess she's masturbating, fine. And that's how it went down. And that's how it went down.
Sounds about right.
Yep, and then Rose completely fluffed the stealth roll and was immediately spotted by her, and then had a Jedi mind trick her way out of the situation.
This all sounds par for the course.
Pretty
All right.
much. So, Zaire, how would you like to start going about dissecting information? Do you go to any of your friends about this stuff?
Well, I did say I was going to go to Bob's sunglasses stand. First, I want to know where I've been,
Okay.
because Bob is usually the guy who, when I need my replacement glasses, I explain to him how, in non-vampirish ways, I got my sunglasses broken.
Okay.
He knows I'm a badass. He doesn't know I'm
He knows you get into a lot of fights, and that's just how it goes. Yep, he sees you roll up, and is like, again, Zaire! I swear I sold you just a pair of 3 of these just yesterday. What do you do?
Actually, that's exactly why I'm here. I know I always come to you with stories of what I get new sunglasses. But this time I want you to tell them to me.
I'm a salesman, not a storyteller, Zaire. I mean, I admittedly... Oh, there goes DCL, disconnecting. Welcome back.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm a salesman, Zaire, not a storyteller. Admittedly, from time to time I tell stories of the crazy person who buys a lot of sunglasses because he keeps getting them punched off his fucking face. You want me to recount a story of you to you?
I'm gonna be straight with you, my friend. I've recently lost my memories, and I have no idea what I've done for this past month entirely.
That sounds pretty crazy. I mean, you did seem a little bit out of yourself when you came to get a few new pairs. Replaced 3 of them for you. They were totally fucked.
3?
Yeah,
That's more than I usually go through.
Yeah, well, I hadn't seen you for most of a month, so I figured maybe you've been playing it safe, but it seems you were saving up all your broken shades for one day.
Did I tell you what happened?
Sort of. You know you tell weird stories. What do you want to know you said to me? I'm sorry, you literally lost your memory.
I'm just trying to figure out where I've been, what I've been up to.
Fuck, if you're looking for stories of what you've been up to, I hear you broke into, like, a big apartment and got in a punch-up with just about every single person there. And so they broke, like, 2 pairs of glasses, but you dealt with a whole lot of them. You were very proud of that fact. You made them suffer, apparently. If I'm honest, it wasn't cool, Zaire.
Wait. Made them suffer?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like me. Zaire will kind of blanch a little bit.
That's what I said. Like, you don't usually go for that. Usually you're all like, oh yeah, I dealt with them, they didn't even see it coming, or they didn't even stand a chance. It was a couple of hits, bam, bam, and I was out of there, done. But no, apparently you made them suffer, and I don't appreciate that, Zaire. I don't like to sell to the violent people. You get into scuffs and I'm okay with that, but... yeah, I'm not happy. I mean, that's all the information I got. I know you made him suffer, and he seems uncomfortable.
Broken in an apartment, huh?
Yeah.
I guess I didn't divulge what exact apartment I broke into.
No, I mean, I can assume you were fighting with, like, gang folk or something. Like, down in the south? But... it's my guess you never said anything about specifics, and frankly I never asked, because I never ask. You know me.
Zaire will nod, but he still kind of looks distracted. He doesn't really like the idea that he tortured somebody, especially just for sport. That kind of makes him worried about what else he could have done during this whole month. So 3 pairs of shades. What kind of condition were they in? I know they were bad, but can you remember any specifics?
You showed me 2 pairs, and maybe I still have them. Give me a sec. Give me 2d10.
Alright.
So close, it's so far away.
So close.
He looks through and goes, I don't have him with me anymore. Like, after he has a quick rummage and checks a bin or something. I think the trash got taken out just yesterday. Well, just this morning, even, because the GM forgot that it's nighttime in the setting. The trash just got taken out this morning, so I don't have him. And he'll pause and take a drag on his cigarette. I mean, I can try and describe it. One of them, the lens was completely punched out, it looked like, and the frame was a little bit cracked, and the other one, was pretty smashed and scratched. Yeah, that was weird. It was scratched down the middle of it, as opposed to, like, either the lenses. It looks like the whole middle piece of the shades were taken out.
In his head, Zaire is assuming werewolves. But that's all we can really go on for right now. Alright.
You've never heard of werewolves living in an apartment, if that's any...
Yeah, that would be weird. Modern day werewolves that transform at will when come? I don't know.
Why would that be weird?
Just because they have a nice place to live. I was going to say, it's like, actually, there's no reason why they couldn't live in an apartment, but it's not a story. You're not immediately, when he says, like, they may be in an apartment, you are not immediately familiar with this information. You will have to investigate.
Well, Zaire will nod to his friend. All right. I'm sorry for what I told you, and even more sorry for what I could have done. I need to figure out what happened to my memories and correct whatever is wrong.
Yeah, maybe you should just not do drugs or whatever the hell it was you're on.
Zaire kind of frowns at that. You know I don't do drugs. Winners never do drugs.
I don't know. I think a man who tortures people isn't much of a winner, Zaire.
No, he's not.
That's, you know what, that's just... I just sell shades. And he just takes a long drag as though what he said was in any kind of way poetic.
Zaire will nod, as if what he just said was completely poetic and he understood. Thank you, my friend. It seems I have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I wish you luck, Zaire.
Alright. Zaire will return to his van.
Yep, he gives you a little wave. And then, like, he clicks his radio up a couple of notches and returns to reading a newspaper while he smokes.
So I may have been dealing with werewolves. And I wish it would be so easy if my ghoul was like asleep. I need to figure out what the deal is with her. Actually, let's go back to the van and have a conversation with her. I want to ask her what she remembers exactly before she was put to sleep.
What I remember, okay, we had a talk about you going to the church, and doing the thing, and I was, like, way fucked up, so I couldn't join you. Plus, I mean, I didn't really want to join you. Admittedly, I'm still pretty fucking horrified that you dared assault people in the house of God. But,
Zaire will kind of raise an eyebrow. Remember very pointedly her reaction at the time.
Oh yeah, she was racist as fuck. She definitely called you the N-word.
We'll have to work on that later. But for now, investigations.
How ominous. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna do a roll for her. Alright, she got a success, so she has something. Okay, we went back to that aquarium. I waited in the van. And then you met a guy and said you'd catch up. And then you were gone until... And then she face scrunches up. I swear you came by, like, in the morning. And then I don't remember anything.
In the morning? As in sun is risen in the morning?
Yeah, there's no way I'm remembering that right.
Zaire is kind of confusedly blink. The pieces are really not fitting together well. What all has happened.
To a lot of the other players right now in this chat, pieces are fucking firmly glued together, and I love it. I love that you do not know this lore, and it's fucking fantastic. And I love that you don't and Zaire doesn't.
Neither of us know.
It's so good. I love it so much.
I know a thing, and I'm shaking because of it.
It's so good.
Zaire is going to say, I want to believe that you're believing that wrong, but...
I mean, I must be, or, you know, you'd be on fire.
I mean, I was on fire once. I got better.
Huh.
Zaire specifically recalling when he pulled out the fire arrow.
Yeah, you were never on fire.
He was not on fire.
But yeah, I mean, she doesn't have a reason to disbelieve this idea. She's like, yeah, no, I mean, I must be, otherwise it probably would have stuck. I'm pretty sure the last time I heard about burning vampires, it was all about, you know, dump them out in the sun and let God's rays cleanse the bastards, let God deal with them.
Zaire will ignore the God's cleansing fire comment right now.
Yeah, she, at least she's trying.
She's trying. We can work on it slowly.
There's a lot of old school Christian evil stuck in her still.
Yay, young stray.
Well, so far all I have to go on off of is I broke into an apartment. Oh shit! Wait, there is one. The old. Who was the old guy we talked to before we went to the church?
Oh, you spoke to an old member of the Invictus Knights, with carved off legs that he couldn't regrow in the morning for some reason.
Wait. Okay, so I have been in fights and I checked the state of my guns. Have I checked the state of my ammo? I know that's not something we actually have to take care of.
I don't know. We left it to the chart to that luck check. That was basically me going. I would have pointed out anything weird. You didn't see anything weird when you were looking through your gear.
Okay. Because my next line of logic was to check with weapons for it. Maybe if I did a huge job, which involves a lot of combat, because usually that's what happens when sunglasses break. I would have had to take out weapons from the family. I'm trying to see who I can maybe get information on, other than my friends, who I'm still kind of worried about approaching at the moment. There's nobody I can really go for a direct. I guess I can try to see around the neighborhoods if any apartments have been broken into recently, but that seems like a huge net to cast.
That is a particularly large net. Let's see here. Ways to figure this shit out. Can you think of any ways to just potentially find interesting or big information in a short period of time?
I mean, my family probably has a network, but I've purposely tried to cut myself off from them, because that would be like a resource pool way too big and way too powerful for my character actually to have.
I guess. I mean more along the lines of, okay, let's give you this situation. Say DCL. You heard that something weird happened in the town where you live. Where would you look first for information about this happening if you didn't ask someone or tell someone or any of that stuff? Where would you gain this information first?
No, I assume I have a place for this.
A real life DCL has a place for this. Real life any of us has a place for this.
I mean, Zaire's not big on the internet. But
not even the internet.
Would he know? Would he be the... Zaire kind of would be the person to know an information broker. I'm asking you, would there be an information broker I know and could go to?
Okay. There are people who do specialize in information. I mean, it wasn't what I was hinting at, because I'm saying, like, real life DCL doesn't have an information broker, presumably.
Because we still have the Invictus, but I'm kind of trying to stay away from any of my usual connections until I figure out what's happening.
Okay. Let's have a think here. There are some people you could hit up for information, maybe go to a couple of bars and see if anyone knows anything.
Okay, that's the other thing I wanted to say. I didn't want to just go around asking, because I didn't know if, like, that would even remotely...
Yeah, like, your usual, like, ear to the ground is probably going to be Kindred related and probably going to have a tie to the Elysium. It's not a safe entryway. What I was hinting at is that newspapers exist, and they'll tell you if big things happened in the town. They'll tell you if weird occurrences happen in a city. Indeed, printed paper is something Zaire might know about more than DCL himself, because Zaire is old school like that.
I mean, that is a good assumption to make about Zaire's character. All I'm saying is I'm a fucking 22-year-old millennial. I don't read the goddamn paper.
You don't read a goddamn newspaper? I was actually going to be like, if you just for some reason decided to do a check, that newspaper that Bob was reading, you'd have seen information there. But
I mean, sure.
I'm not gonna let you back up on it. Zaire's gonna have to do some discovering on his own now. But I wanted to make you know that I even thought that ahead. Drunk me has this shit going on.
Okay. The only reason why that would buy me is because I assume the newspaper... You know what? The newspaper would. I only assumed that the newspaper wouldn't have something like that. It's because I don't read the goddamn newspaper.
Okay, yeah, if big events happen in, like, a town or a city, like, you know, apartment assaulted... People talk. That shit turns up. That shit turns up in the news, actually. It turns up in local papers.
Alright. The only way I'd be able to... Well, Zaire might check the newspaper. Maybe if it gets brought up in conversation with... What is her name again? My current ghoul?
Oh,
Did we give her a name?
She's got a name, yeah. It is Griffith Andy.
Would good old Griffith mention the papers?
I guess that she would, yeah. I mean, actually, I was going to say, yeah, she's probably not in touch with the internet either, considering her deeply Christian upbringing. In fact, she's barely interested in the news, but it's a particularly right-wing piece that covers the occasions here, and they love a good splash piece about gang violence, so she recommends you a decent one. The tilt to it is not pleasant. Zaire will not enjoy reading it, but it will have information as biased as it will be.
Zaire will sigh and begrudgingly pick up the paper and start reading it.
Okay. Yeah, as I say, it's one of those cities that never sleeps, so you can just stop by a corner shop that never fucking closes. There is that moment of you're going to a corner shop and you pick up the most racist-looking newspaper, and the relatively Indian-looking dude is like, "Is this black guy gonna rob me?" Like, that's the exact expression you get from his face when you go into this corner shop at, I don't know, like 9 at night, just to go get a newspaper.
He is cautious. Fair enough.
Yep. Like, you're pretty sure that dude is packing underneath his counter, but
Zaire would be cautious too. In fact, Zaire respects the establishment more
because he's like, this dude is buying a racist newspaper and he's got shades on in the night.
Zaire will kind of give a respectful nod to the counter guy before walking.
Yeah, he is distinctly relieved when you when you exit the establishment without starting shit. Okay.
All right.
Let's see here. Do you have skills related to investigation?
Well, let's see. I don't have any real investigation skills.
Yeah, indeed, your investigation is a negative. It's going to be intelligence investigation, so good luck.
Oh god. Intelligence investigations. Isn't like having no skill in it?
Yeah, it hurts you. When you roll this, it's not going to be an easy roll.
So I literally get no dice. Isn't that just a chance die?
Essentially, yes, except there isn't forced fail. Like, if you get a 1, then I don't have to force you to suffer. Okay.
Zaire's gonna kind of bumble through reading this paper, distracted by all the racist commentary and blatant lies.
Yeah, that's probably why.
He's gonna kind of like scoot over to Griffith and go like, is there any way you can make heads or tails of this paper?
Or you're just trying to find out if there's a thing that you did in here?
My friend said that I mentioned breaking into an apartment, that there was a lot of violence, and I made people suffer.
Alright, let's have a look here, and I'm gonna give her 3 dice. Fucking god damn it. Alright, so she looks through this paper and is immediately like, you know what, I bet what section will have it. There's this guy who loves a good diatribe about how people get in fights when they're in gangs. You can see her automatically correct herself, and she'll like look specifically for a dude's articles. She finds something that looks like it could be a decent clue.
Zaire will kind of pat her on the shoulder, a gesture saying, "You're trying."
She resents it, obviously. Like, immediately when you're like, "You're trying," you can just see resentment. She's not happy about that.
I seem to remember somebody being particularly horny in the presence of the big buff black man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you swapped from the there motion to like putting the moves down, then she will absolutely melt for some liquid chocolate. But otherwise, she's just resentful of being treated like, "Oh, you're trying. That's so sweet." Like, she doesn't like that.
Fair enough. Zaire will remember that.
Yeah, I mean, if you put the moves on her, she'll cave, especially if you happen to include a fix in the equation. Okay. So yes, there is a story of... It was described as like a big gang assault, like fights over drug trades and stuff. The only thing that seems familiar about it is that like a whole apartment of dudes were like just had the shit kicked out of them, and there's no signs of any gunshots or gang colors left behind. Like, it looks like someone tried to do an anonymous hit, but people got really fucked up. Like, this guy doesn't go into the details, probably because he didn't have any, but apparently, according to inside informal sources within the police, the violence was described as exceptionally graphic, despite consisting of wholly blunt trauma.
Zaire will kind of blanch again and goes, "Sounds like my supposed handiwork."
She goes, "That's the only one that I can see that looks like, I don't know, maybe big buff vampire goes in an apartment block and beats the shit out of everyone there."
Zaire will still look visibly distressed. He doesn't like the idea that he probably went overboard and made people suffer, especially since he likes to use CQC to remain non-lethal. Well, looks like we at least have a destination. I'm going to go need to check it out as soon as possible.
Okay, sure.
Yes, does the newspaper give the actual address?
It does not have an address, but I mean, you know that it was a black gang that got in a fight, apparently with drug trades, and they're closer to the Russians than they are the Yakuza.
Am I gonna have to start Batmaning some gang members?
You might. I mean, okay, that is definitely a possibility. You could totally try and Batman your way through the situation.
It looks like I'm Batmaning some gang members.
All right. I will let you do some overall rolls to dictate your effective Batmaning. I feel like Zaire is a very effective Batman, considering you're very good at punching people, but your investigation skill is actually pretty low. Most of your discovery is done through further punching.
Further punching.
Yep.
Punching is the best investigation.
Yeah, it's an investigate. Yeah, it's like James Bond's investigation skill is bra snapping. Your investigation skill is punching.
All right. So
someone in chat just said you mean blackmanning. Well played, you cunt. Okay, let's see here. We'll do a couple of overall rolls and we'll pull an average out of that, and then you can go return to working and stuff, and I'll let you know when you need booping back in again.
All right. I mean, this is already going to 10. I will.
Okay. Wait. How long has the game been going on? 3.5 hours. Okay. I mean, we'll go for another maybe hour or so, so we can wrap up this part then, and we'll do more details next time there's a game. And
all right.
Pull Zaire back into the fold because there should be a job that unveils itself around the end of this.
Now, what would be my Batman dice pool?
We'll start with strength manipulation, which is basically you getting into fights with people, and you can throw your intimidation die in. Fucking 3 dots. All right, yeah. Okay, we'll do strength intimidation, and I'll give you +1 for being able to manipulate people. And we'll do it 3 times. Like, you'll get into separate fights. If you fluff any of these rolls, these fights don't go particularly in your favor.
Oh, wait, strength intimidation. I chose
and
strength.
then +1. You appear to have done strength intelligence there. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Got ya.
Oh my god, why can't I roll down the sheet? Here, let me close down my character sheet.
Yeah, sometimes they do that. Just close the character sheet and open it again. I tick the options for you, so it should just be hit the roller and then add 1.
Thank you. 0 successes.
All right, that's your first one, and your second one.
Oh,
We'll grab an average before I offer you any dramatic failures.
A lot of I ain't telling you shit.
Pretty. Ooh, okay,
1
1
success.
and the third time.
3 successes.
Okay, so I mean, you average out to 1 success. You can average out to complete failure if you would like a dramatic failure, and then something bad will happen.
No, I want to keep this investigative line alive. It's my only lead.
Okay, so you're going to be going into this with 1 success. I will make a note of this so that I know for next session. Let's see here. 10. Tale of Zaire exists. 1 success, shaking down gang members. Alright, I've got a record of that. You are now free to return to busy DCL life.
Alright.
Thank you very much.
I want to figure out what happened.
I know, right? Alright, there will be an in-common job. You'll be able to reassociate with your companion Kindred and go do shit together very soon. Because hopefully the thing that I just put there will actually tie up with another thing you could all do. it was vaguely set up to work like that. Not I wouldn't say planned. I hesitate to say anything I do is planned. More like a happy little coincidence.
It all makes circles. All right, I'm gone.
There are no accidents, only little trees. Everything is another tree. Okay. Timothy, so far as you're aware, Rose did okay at her job. She succeeded.
Okay.
Claire, it is on this same day that you received a call, but it happened like, when would it have happened? Let's think here. Maybe a half hour before sunset that went to your answer machine. It is from a ghoul of the Elysium, you know, because they use essentially the code sign. The colour of night is sanguine, my sister. And it is to you. Also, I should add that currently Aurora is staying at your place because she is still looking for like new property before she can re-expand her loyalty base after everything was completely undermined.
Yeah, and Claire will probably move in with her when she gets her new place as well.
Okay, cool. So right now it's a little bit of cramped living, but you'll be able to readjust soon enough, I imagine.
Yeah, alright.
She says she's home hunting, but yeah, so you have a call on your answer machine. Can Aurora surmount the day sleep?
No, she cannot. She is not part of the same coil thing. She is not a coil of the Ascendant. I think I said this last time. I can find it, but she's
it's okay.
Coil of the Dragon. There we go.
Yeah.
Coil of the Dragon, where she has a bunch of like ghouls, and her blood is more potent, stuff like that. Basically, she has a much bigger power base, but
Yeah.
she doesn't have the ability to, like, I just spent my 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 beats for the last thing, where peace with the flame.
Yeah.
She won't have that ability, even though she's Dracul. But the thing is, she's going to be much better at rebuilding her power base. So.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, like, it will take her a little bit of time because she has to re-establish a home before she can do a power base. Like, her home was one of her touchstones that I just had her set to default, so she has to restore that, which takes a fucking ages. If she doesn't want to get baned and just make a new one and be like, that whole place made me really sad, and because it made me sad, I'm worse at being a vampire. Or I guess technically better at being a vampire because she has a bane.
She's also not the same bloodline. She's Bakra, not Agonistes.
Yep. Regardless, yeah, she'll take a little bit of time. She's currently living with you, and her power base is vastly diminished. Do you how often do you surmount the day sleep? Would you actually have been there to take the call, or would you have just been like sleeping?
No, not often.
Okay.
She only surmounts the day sleep when it's necessary, not all the time because she can.
Okay. So yeah.
Just like if you had the ability to stay up all night, you might not use it as much as you think you do.
I think honestly I would use it 100% of the time because sleeping sucks. Sleeping is wonderful if you can do it real good.
If it spends a life point, you probably wouldn't spend it that much.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, real life me it needs all the life points she can get, but
yeah, because it still spends a vitae to do it, but the thing is, she can do it for 24 hours.
I don't know. That just sounds like a meal. If I could eat a meal a day and then also never have to sleep, I'd be on that train. I'd be on that train at all times.
She probably does it like maybe once a week, but I can roll a die to see if she surmounted the day sleep if you like.
I mean, yeah, sure, we'll go for a chance die. If you get a 10, you're awake for this call.
Like you spend a vitae for every scene.
No. I'm totally, she's a bad.
You go into torpor.
Now we have to roll to see if it's even Claire who answers the phone or a very grumpy Herrera.
Alright, sure. Give me another D10.
Oh, no, it's me.
That's you, okay. Alright. Yeah, you answer the call and get this answer machine. Hello there, sister, the colour of night is sanguine. And it's said like very matter of fact, so that it doesn't just sound like someone going, the colour of night is sanguine. So, I'm going to talk about vampire business now. It's very mixed into the sentence. You know what I mean? Anyway, it was a really long night last night. We're still completely fucked up. So, Claire, I heard some stuff down the grapevine. Your boss lady said that she wanted me to get in touch with you, pass this on. She didn't want to do it through like direct notes because it sounded kind of weird and she didn't want to be associated with it. You know how it can be. Bosses hate taking the flak for anything. And again, this is someone speaking in like the vaguest of terms possible. It's just typical phone safety courtesy.
Yeah, I get you.
And anyway, yeah, I totally heard about one of your folks, right? Fucking walking in the day. Like, no explosion, no fire, no crispy. Just out in the day. Doing what they do. And now I know that is a big deal to you guys because you're like usually pretty busy all day, usually like, I don't know, working weird shifts. That's how it tends to be at least. I don't know where they were at, but if you come by a house, then I'm sure we can pass on some info to you.
This is
And then she'll be like, all right.
Message, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a message. I'm like, okay, what's that? Yeah, alright, I'm being called away now. Just thought I'd let you know. It seemed like something interesting and kind of in your wheelhouse. Take care. And there's a click.
Squinting intensifies.
It seems like you've been gifted information by your elder. Admittedly through auspicious tones, so maybe they don't take any plaque in it, but I'm pretty sure that it's the kind of information that should be like, I should get one of my underlings to look into this instead of me bother with this shit. It's a rumor.
To be fair, Antoinette isn't part of the same trying to surmount the sun thing.
But she is interested in knowledge and stuff like that, so even if she's not herself interested in trying to surmount the sun, she is interested in people who can surmount the sun. It's probably why she cares about you, because you're looking into interesting magic shit.
Literally why she was embraced. Because she's good at shit like this.
So yes, your elder has her ear to the ground far deeper than you, but you're kind of there because she can pass on snippets of information like this, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. It looks like you've been dropped a line. It's not the first time you've been dropped a line about something. It's definitely the most fucking out there thing you've ever been told about.
Alright, so, Claire is going to tell Aurora about, let her listen to the message as well, and is going to get dressed and is going to head out. Cause it's Velma time.
Yep. When you're headed out, she'll be like, "Oh yes, 1 sec." And she'll like step out into a room and then come back. She's like, it looks like a coffee canteen. She's like, "Can you drop this off a place for me? It's just a little bit of vitae, keep them keen, as it were." You suspect that she's just asking you to give some ghouls of hers a fix.
Yeah, sure.
It's being kept in a canteen, which is pretty fucking informal, but again, it's her group specialty.
Yeah, she's Claire isn't going to ask any questions about that. She's just going to take it and drop it off wherever it needs to be. And then, she's going to fire up the Don't Notice Me mobile and take off.
The geography teacher mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and that takes you to the Elysium. Alright, I need to think of how the timing all works out. What time do you actually head to the Elysium?
She pretty much was woken up by that message, right? So it's probably going to be around 7 by the time she shows up.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Okay, so Rosa's still like currently out on her job and Timothy is in a McDonald's somewhere. Just doing Timothy things, hacking the planet.
She's probably going to spend a little bit of time in the Elysium. I mean, that's where like the bevy of knowledge and where a lot of the Order Dracul meet when they're not meeting in their secret, fucking stupid, what are they called? The Freemason Society, wherever that is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I got to give my brain a second to catch up because I'm quite buzzed. All right. When you get there, it's a little bit busier than you're used to, actually. There are a couple of vampires that you have seen before, but you haven't seen there regularly. It just seems like more of the rando comers have all sort of appeared at the same time, and then are talking in their own little private circles of intrigue. Most of them aren't talking about anything of interest. Your elder is there. She's very much like surrounded by people who want to talk to her about all sorts of random stuff. Do you try and glean any information, or do you go straight for her, or do you know any contacts in the Elysium that are particularly good for knowledge?
Claire's a good girl. First, she's going to drop off the thing that her elder asked, and then for the latter thing, she's going to try to reach out in Dracul contacts to help. So, would that be just a raw Order Dracul roll?
It's not just raw or Dracul. It's whatever of your merits you would like. Sorry, whatever of your attributes you would like to use, and then your
Claire
skills, and then you get 9 again if you happen to have Order of Dracul merits.
I'm not sure how influence in societies work, because Claire is actually pretty high up in Dracul, because I haven't spent any points in this campaign other than Dracul, and last week I was too drunk to spend any of the points, so I spent it at the beginning of this session. Oop, nope. Different page
Sorry,
now.
that was
Yep.
me clicking to see if you had any boxes filled with stuff.
Yep. I have literally 0 beats now because I have three dots in Order Dracul, as you can see.
Oh, you have it in the discipline. Okay, so you would pick an attribute and a social skill, and then you would give it a +3 modifier. So it's however you approach the situation, and then you basically use your leverage as a member of Ordo Dracul. You don't get 9 again because it's a discipline, not a merit, but you do get +3.
Okay, while I would like to use intelligence because that's the thing I have the most in, I think it would probably be wits to navigate society, right?
Yes, as you can see, like I'll give you the brief rundown because people are it's a tough concept to grasp. Like you have attributes broken up into brain, body, and I guess like personal power, and then you have the attributes that are broken up into the power, the finesse, and the resistance. Wits is a finesse skill, so you would use the finesse of your brain, aka wits. And that would be you
Yeah.
being social in one context, and then you would add which social skill do you use. I think strength is the only time you will ever use social and timid. Like you'll only use a social skill with a power attribute or a body attribute.
Despite the fact that I would love to manipulate it into being empathy or subterfuge, I think it would be a wits socialized skill within an ordo.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, wits socialize +3.
Oh, fuck, I fucked up.
Would you like to take a dramatic failure for a beat?
Nah, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Nah, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Alright, so, asking around for, like, information. I mean, you tell a couple of people, you like, you heard about some kindred out there, like, was in the sun, and you're looking for information, and apparently one of the ghouls, the elders, like, told you about this in no lean terms, like, investigate this stuff, and did anyone hear about it? However, it seems to be just about, like, every single person you talk to, they didn't know about this until you mention it, and by the time you round around to, like, the very next person, they have already been told the exact same vague information that you've just given out.
Well, shit.
Like, it isn't spreading out of control, and you didn't spread any misinformation, you didn't piss anyone off, but most of your usual contacts have been rendered pretty useless by your initial failed inquiries. You'll probably have to go through your elder for this, and she's still occupied, so you might have to interrupt your elder talking with another elder to do that.
Well, first of all, the dice done screwed me. Second of all, Claire's not the kind of person to do that, so looks like this was a failed venture.
I mean, you know that this is like making people do and say things. That is fucking Timothy's game. So you could definitely choose to sit tight until Timothy shows up and be like, Tim, help me out here. Because also Tim lives in the Elysium. He will turn up again at night.
No, that's the entire point. She's gonna wait for party members, but the thing is, all of her other venues have been shut to her.
Okay.
because you don't fuck with your sire while she's busy, and I failed being able to glean information from the order I'm a part of.
Yep, afraid so. Okay, so Timothy, it'll be like a few hours before you show back up at the Elysium, presumably. You do get information from Rose that she succeeded.
Okay.
Presumably, Lily, Rose doesn't provide any saucier details, or do you mention, like, it was a Kindred mansion, possibly, likely, and it was full of, like, opened up dudes? No? Okay, so, Tim, you know that mansion mansion job was done. Good job, Timmy.
Yay, Rose didn't die. You don't have to try to awkwardly explain stuff to the police and deliver bribes.
Rose will text back a thanks.
Yep. Excellent. By the time you get back to the Elysium, Tim, there are a couple. As I said, like before, it is busy. Like when you left, admittedly, it was very early in the quote-unquote vampire morning when you left. It is like busy as hell here. There are some people who you haven't seen around for ages trying to walk those social circles and reintegrate themselves. You can see there's a very lost-looking Claire, and some people are talking about random shit. Let's see how you're socialized, just how much you glean from, walking back into the room. Like, entering the Elysium again and... This is just what you pick up by random people around you, so presence, expression, like it's just what people say to you as opposed to what you're listening for.
Okay.
No one has any information for you, so this is all going to be down to Claire to explain. And I think that is a perfect time for us to drop you all at a cliffhanger and call it in for this evening.
No.
Fair enough.
So, just to make sure, and I will basically summarize things now so that Sober Me can just, check the end of the video and be like, alright, these are the things that happened. Good job, Sober Me.
That would be good for me as well.
I know, right? Okay, so Rose went off, succeeded in her job. Apparently the mansion was owned by a Kindred who was alive in the days of possibly the Spanish Inquisition, or was at the very least a conquistador. And acquired a sword for the Circle of the Crones. Zaire has an owl companion and went missing for an entire month and is now trying to retrace his steps and has learned of violence related to possible drugs in the black community, and they were made to suffer, although they suffered only blunt force trauma injuries. Timothy's new whelp is falling into the role quite successfully. However, no other information about these new unveilings have been revealed. And Claire has heard that a Kindred has walked in the sun. Although currently she is unable to make her way through the social quagmire that is the now very busy-looking Elysium right now. And it's a busy-looking Elysium with information that Claire herself has spread because she could not get a single person to play along and give her info.
Yay!
And there you go.
I failed, guys.
You failed. A lot of people failed at a lot of stuff, so it's okay. All in all, like, the success ratio on people's rolls today were fucking abysmal, and I loved it. What I loved more was the fact that DCL knows fuck all about the Court of Owls and knows fuck all about Strix, and that's so delightful. Oh, it's so delightful.
He just loves his pet owl so much.
I know! It's like...
While every other PC is internally screaming, and it's like,
well, if you know nothing about the Strix, it's a fucking talking owl.
It's a fucking talking owl. How cool is that?
Yeah, where's your goddamn invitation to Hogwarts at this point? It's awesome.
Yeah, and then the rest of everyone is like, he's so fucked. An owl is calling him master. That's such bad news. An owling's calling him master, and he went missing for a month. That should be scary to everyone, but Zaire has no idea. So there we go.
He's just so happy. he's just so happy that he's got a talking animal companion now, and everyone else is just, no, why?
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot, and I forgot to ask about aspirations.
Yeah, you did.
I don't
didn't
think
you? Damn.
any of mine got advanced since we were catching up on a month, and since we were just doing one day, I don't think I would get any advances.
Okay,
I
so
do have things that I want to do, but I think other than Zaire, no one else is going to get anything because literally this entire session was catching up.
no, everyone gets an end of session beat, so everyone still gets that.
Wow, I was
You
talking
got my
about
paying
aspiration.
job thing, right?
Right, yes. Well, no, the last one you actually got that scored was find a well-paying job, but you're right, I forgot to do aspirations, and I'm not going to screw anyone out. Would you like to pick your aspirations quickly now, or would you like me to just award you beats based on shit you did this session, if you didn't already have 3?
I already picked one at the start of the session. I just forgot to tell you about it.
Okay, which one did you, what was your aspiration?
See Benedict settled into the All-Night Society, which I don't think I've done yet. I've introduced him to being a vampire. I haven't actually introduced him socially yet.
Okay, I'll put a beat in because he knows shit and you've at least involved him in something. Alright. Lily, would you like to pick 2 aspirations, or do you want me to just award you beats based on shit you've done?
You know where me beats.
Okay. You still don't quite know why the hunters hate you. That's still got a plus on it. You got your end of session beat. I'm going to award you a beat for completing the job. You didn't take any critical failures, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And you have yet to pass on information about any of the stuff you've learned that might be spooky and special. So we're going to leave it 2 beats, end of session, and a job success.
I have another experience.
And for me, Scow, last time we left off, I had 1 beat in furthering the coil, and it was up to a roll in this month to finish research for that, whether or not I would continue that, right?
It literally comes to what you do next in this setting, but I'm going to put another plus beat in it because it's going to be directly relevant to all your coil shit. I just realised that it might take a bit longer before you can score it in, so it's a plus in advanced research on coil. So it doesn't score yet.
I haven't rolled to actually, to make further my research in the coil. I literally need to make a roll for that.
Oh, fuck. Alright, yeah, do it. Go ahead. Roll it right now.
If I fail, then nothing else happens. If I succeed, then I have made basically the coil better. So I need to roll intelligence. I think, what was it last session? Intelligence, occult plus my Dracul knowledge?
Intelligence, occult, auto Dracul. Sounds about right.
Hang on. The thing has some pretty bad lag. Alright, intelligence, occult, and... Jesus Christ! Look at that!
Mother of shit fuck!
Fucking A, I only failed once!
You gain 2 beats. Your research on the coil is advanced. I will tell you what happens later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's immediately scores 2.
Jesus. Fucking titty monster. Christ.
I kind of thought that this would be done this session for that coil, just furthering research. Okay, so I don't have to pick another aspiration?
You do not need to pick... Well, okay, you'll need to do that next session. Just don't let me forget my aspiration. I'm sorry about forgetting your aspirations in the first place. You'll need to pick a new one at the start of next session.
I'm just saying at the end of the last session you said that this session I should have a new aspiration ready to go, so I did.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep. So, don't let me forget, guys, to fucking poke everyone about their aspirations next session. So yeah, Stray, you gain the end of session beat and 2 beats for that.
So 3 beats.
3 total.
Alright.
Merge, you gain the end of session 1. Benedict being settled into society has a plus in it. You'll need to do it formally and get him mired in talking with elders next session if you want to, score that beat.
I'm just going because I try to separate them. I have the session beat, and then I have like my aspirations, and I put little marks in how many beats I have from that. So that means I have 3 beats in the Further My Coil, because the last one I had 1 beat, and this one I have 2. Right? You gave me 2 beats for that.
You've scored 2 points. You've scored 2 beats and completed advanced research in coil.
Okay, so there's 1 beat for this session, and then 2 beats I need to add in the aspirations. All right, just making sure that I didn't do the math wrong. Anyways, sorry.
2
That's
beats,
fine.
not like 2 advancements, right?
Right. Two.
Yeah,
It's paid out 2 points instead of like continued on endlessly.
Yeah, 1 session beat and then 2 beats for that fucking amazing roll that I need to put into my
Some kind of stray hall
aspirations,
of
yeah.
fame.
I fucking guess. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, alright. So to remind you guys of aspirations you have completed, Lily, you still need to actually figure out why the hunters hate you. You don't know the person, like your suspicions have been advanced, I suppose. You know that there's probably someone who's really benefited and has not been revealed yet, but you don't know anything about them. So it hasn't gone any higher.
Right.
DCO still has take down an opponent stronger than me, and maybe he actually did that but doesn't remember it, but it's still just sat there with a plus beat right now. He doesn't have any other aspirations in. Mers, you have find a new friendly priest for St. Mary's Church, find out more of the Kaibeat's history, which has got a plus in it, and you see Benedict settled into society socially, and that's got a plus in it.
Can I rephrase the first one, please?
New friendly priest for St. Mary's Church? Sure you can.
Yeah, just befriend him. Not institute a new one that's already friendly. That's way more complicated than it needs to be.
You just mean find a priest for St. Mary's Church, and then make them not racist or make them not awful.
Yeah. Well, I've put it down as befriend the priest.
I wrote it down as re-educate them, which sounds a lot more menacing, actually.
Befriend, re-educate. As far as Tim's concerned, they're the same.
You don't have to re-educate them. You just gotta,
They'd have to be educated in the first place to be re-educated. Yeah, perfect. Okay, awesome. I've adjusted that one then, naming-wise. And yeah, you got a plus weighting in find out more of the Kaibeat's history, and you got a plus weighting in see Benedict settled into society, socially.
And one more thing, do we need to take away a point from Vitae for this session?
You do that whenever you wake up in this game. So you always take a Vitae away, apart from Zaire's case where he was made jacked up as fuck.
Well, I just know that you said that for the month we could just take average, which is 5 from.
You're right. So yeah, you
10,
can stay at average. No, the average is 10 in this. Yeah, I think you can have up to 20 Vitae. So.
No,
Is it
people
not?
with blood potency 1 can have up to 10.
Okay.
Tim can have up to 11.
Juicy.
I believe the.
Do I take away a point because we were literally playing the day after the new month began?
I'll let it stay in. We'll worry about Sassafras next session when you're all together doing shit.
Oh, okay.
I believe it's in the rule book. You can do it however you want. At the start of a new storyline, you roll a 1d10, and that's how much vitae you have.
That's understandable. But I guess it's we didn't let time pass empty so much as everyone was active during then, but also everyone was active in a way that still left them space to feed. I think whenever you do that, it's insinuating a month passed. Did you find time to feast regularly? How much vitae you got? At least